December 5th. Good evening, one and all. Welcome to the late night stock chat. This is relaxed. We're going to answer your questions, whatever you guys want to talk about. It's a shit day in the markets. I asked the guys in the Discord earlier this evening what other tickers did they want me to look into for them, just to give a back of the envelope analysis. I'll go over some of those, some that you guys are probably in, some that you might be looking at, some that came up in the morning broadcast today that I had not had time to look into. So we'll talk about those and whatever other questions you guys have as we wait out Wednesday, December 14th, the Fed interest rate hike. Yuka, what's going on? Michael, Mike, Tony Tesla, good evening. I hope you guys got your drinks poured. It is after 8:30 p.m. You are allowed to have a drink if you're not drinking and driving. I got a little Jack Daniels on ice here. First little sip of the day. John's Touchpad, good evening. James Harris, AMC Machine, what's up? So I just want to start off while people are coming in the chat, just to save anyone who's watching this on replay from having to get into an hour or two of material to hear this. Just to reiterate on COSM, I know the 13% short interest got a lot of people upset because I put up a chart from S3 that said 13%. I just want to reiterate what we said in the last couple of discussions. Nobody knows exactly what the short interest is on COSM. The 13% is using the known float. I don't even know what float they were using, if it was 80 million or 180 million, but it was a revision from their previous 0.92, less than 1 million. That's what dropped it from 2000 to 13 using the latest November 14th short interest. Now, we're at December 5th. No one knows what the short interest is. So we can make guesses. It might be 10, it might be 15, it might be 30. It's really irrelevant if you're in that play, as long as you kind of understand that it's not 2000%. That's all. So I just want to be clear. I'm not saying it's 13%. I have no idea what it is. No one does. And in a few days, when we get, I think it's this Friday or next Friday, we get the next updated short interest report. Even that will be 2 weeks delayed. So that's just a guidepost, and we'll play it by the chart. And for the MMTLP folks, if you haven't seen my tweets or my previous live streams on that, if you're worried about the FINRA thing, I saw that I don't really watch the Bird Lady, but I saw a tweet from her today that said that she recorded a phone call with FINRA. That might be of interest for you to keep up with if she plays that on a YouTube or a space call. But you can go look at the corporate actions on FINRA and see that ticker deletions, they typically do them 1 to 3 days before the event date. So all of these people going crazy, worried about why is FINRA not updating MMTLP. I would expect you'll see that 1 or 2 days before the delisting, or the go private, if you don't like the word delisting. Whatever floats your boat. So I'm not in MMTLP, but for those of you that are worried about that date, I wouldn't be worried about it. And then, as far as what to do, I'm not going to tell you what to do at that play. I've talked about my thoughts for a month or more and what I thought was going to happen. Read the chart. I'm not going to try and sway you from your conviction. If you've been well in that play and you believe all of the people that are telling you, about 80 million shorts that must be covered, then I don't want to change your direction. But I don't know. It's so far it's going to it's going the direction that I expected it would as we get closer to the 14th, which is down. But don't I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm not in the play. I really don't care what you do. But people ask my opinion. That's my opinion. Doc Zeno, what's up, amigo? Richard, good evening. Sean, good evening. Ken, what's up? Headstock Harem, how you doing? Sufyan, good evening. Terry says, I'm going to deduct my losses from the stock market on my next taxes under a new line I'm calling market manipulation. Yeah. It would be nice if they had that as a line item for our deductions. Padron or Davidoff, is that an upcoming fight? Do I see a bounce coming, diamond middle fingers in what? In MMTLP, COSM? Oh, cigars. I don't know that I've tried Padron. And if I've had a Davidoff, it's been a long ass time. I can't even remember. What have I bought recently? The Punch. What's the other one? Avion. Cohibas. I buy those when I'm traveling. I think my humidor is full of Cohibas right now. Do I still have conviction on APE, James? So here's what I posted. I'm always going to be transparent with you guys. What I posted in the Discord tonight, my most recent purchase on APE was $1. I'm at my limit of averaging down, unless I'm not making any predictions on how low it could go. I, as you guys know, am bullish that with Avatar, the news will be good as we get later into December. But we also got to keep in mind the interest rates and the Fed. And I don't know, that's going to be hitting around the same time and the market's going to be a little squirrely. But if APE and AMC keep going down, that's the if scenario that I posted tonight. I'm not going to be averaging down anymore unless it just gets absolutely smashed, like 50 cents or lower. I'll consider buying some more, but I've been averaging down as it falls. I'm kind of at my limit for now. Let's just take a breather. For me, that's what I'm doing, taking a breather on catching a falling knife. That's not a great strategy to just keep on averaging down. I've bought plenty, and we'll see what happens in the next couple weeks. That is my plan. As far as my conviction, yeah, I mean, I am looking, with the, exception of if some catalyst were to happen that all the other channels talk about, that's great. But I'm looking at it now as more of a long-term play. I'm going to see what the next couple quarters look like. I'm expecting good things, and we'll reevaluate when we get to Q4 and the Q1 numbers. And if anything changes, I will obviously let you know. As long as the company is making progress, top line revenues increasing, earnings per share getting better, then I have no reason to get out of the play. It's a game of patience, a game of waiting. And I know the movie cycle is going to be better in 2023. So that is what I'm focused on. I'm not worried about day-to-day movement in anything in my portfolio, considering the market conditions that we're in right now. Scavenger, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I sent you a link in Twitter DM, Scavenger. If you want to join in when you get home, feel free. Probably be here for an hour or two. Just Joe King says, do you think this crooked market will ever let anything squeeze? I mean, we see squeezes every day, Joe. Every week, maybe is fairer to say. It's kind of a moving target to be in the right play at the right time, right? For the huge squeezes, like the GameStop one, what helped that play along was massive short interest, documented on Ortex. Even though everybody hates Ortex, it showed and reflected a massive short interest, and that's what Roaring Kitty talked about, high short interest. You had the Ryan Cohen catalyst. You had a loaded up options chain, and you had a cheap stock that people piled in, and all of those things came together at the same time to skyrocket the stock. Between the massive short interest and the loaded up options chain, that thing was limitless until they turned off the buy button. So sometimes you don't have all those ingredients. Sometimes you just have high short interest, and you get these little mini squeezes like GTII from 60 cents to $9. I'm sure there were shorts trying to keep that one down. And every day they got routed. So I'm happy to chase small squeezes while I'm waiting for the big ones. Thoughts on PIK? I have not looked at that one. I'll pull it up here on Ortex in a minute. Let me talk about the other ones. COSM. So I did buy it this morning in pre-market. I sold it right before the market closed, just because it basically just traded sideways today. I'll probably get up in pre-market again in the morning and look at it. But that is not for me, it's not a high conviction play. Retail obviously is still interested in the play, so I'm not saying it's over, but I don't want to hold that thing overnight and then watch it crater in pre-market. So if it's moving in pre-market tomorrow, I'll consider getting back in. It's at 57 cents, and if I look at the hourly chart on it today, it's basically just traded flat. It started out really high in the morning and trailed downwards to flat the entire day with low volume. So I posted in the Discord about 2:45. I didn't feel like it was going to end the day well. That doesn't mean, I'm not making any predictions for tomorrow. This is a hard point to judge. I don't care to hold it overnight. I'll play it again tomorrow if it's moving. All right, let's talk about COMS, COMS, because I did spend a little bit of time looking into COMS based on Discord requests, and you guys were asking about it yesterday. Look, I'm not going to say that I'm the 1 year or even 3 month COMS DD expert. So take all of this with a grain of salt. But in the time that I spent looking into it this evening, ticker symbol COMS. This is a telecom 5G company. I'm gonna say that retail can move this stock up, and I think that's what's happening. It's not a highly shorted stock, according to Ortex. But the red flag items for me on comms, why I probably will not play this, and if I did, it would be same day trade only if it's moving. They haven't filed, from what I saw, 10 Qs for about a year. They've been laying off staff. That was their excuse. Oh, sorry, we couldn't get our quarterly reports filed because we're laying people off. And they're under a delisting notice for not having their financials filed and for being under $1. and there's an upcoming vote for a reverse split, one between 1 to 75 to 1 to 250, which the number doesn't matter. But, I don't consider reverse splits the most bullish condition for stocks that I'm investing in. So that's kind of like a longer 30, 60-day outlook. What happens tomorrow? Anybody's guess. Retail can always move stocks. But these are not the type of companies that I would play for more than a day, in and out, maybe swing trade for a day. If the momentum, and the momentum was good on it today, right? COMS, let me pull up the chart here. Make sure I got the right. The momentum's been fine for the last few days on COMS. But in light of all of the red flags I see for this company, I think that at some point, I don't know how high it could go, but at some point there's going to be a point where the shorts say, all right, that's enough. And by shorts, I don't mean the evil hedge funds and big institutions. I mean the retail shorts that are just itching to short this thing down. They're going to come in and smack it. It looks like from Ortex, there's plenty of shares available to borrow and short it down if they want to. Let me pull up Ortex real quick. So again, this is minimal due diligence that I did this evening. If you don't like what I'm saying, just cast it aside. 2.7 million shares available at a 11% cost to borrow, and the short interest, according to Ortex, is about 7%. So I don't call that a high short interest play. I know I saw some thumbnails, the shorts are scared, shorts are on the run. This just looks to me like a retail momentum play. The volume was tremendous today on this stock. 257 million shares traded on an average daily volume over the last 3 months of 53 million, and a free float of only 136 million. So there's massive buying going on in this thing. And that'll run it up. And maybe, because it's cheap, maybe that has a few more days that it could do that. But as far as could I find anything good to say about this company? Only the chart. Only the chart. CGRA, Jason, I am in that play. I bought some this morning. I bought 3 this morning and sold 2 of them because they weren't performing. And CGRA did take a pretty substantial dip from where I bought in, but I have a small position, and it's still so cheap that I'm going to give it one more day. And for me, this is a chart play only. I just trying to find some due diligence that I could tell you that is bullish about this stock. I just couldn't find it. I'm just in it for the fun of it. Jason, yes, I did get a haircut this weekend. Mike's asking about rumors that FTX was manipulating the price of AMC. I mean, I've seen all the rumors, Mike. Maybe they're possible. I'm not going to try and say that I have any expertise in tokenized stocks. If you're an expert in wrapped tokenized crypto, I'd love to have you on as a guest. My guess would be most of the people talking about this are not experts in it. When I look at the transaction history of these tokenized stocks, I'm seeing like what I'm seeing in my little amateur chair here is that these tokens haven't been traded in 580, 600 days. So how can I come to you and say this is what they're doing every day to hide FTDs or shorts? I can't, because the time that I've spent looking into it, I'm not seeing ongoing transactions. Could something have happened 580 days ago? Maybe, but also from what I've seen looking into FTX, it appears to me, in my amateur opinion, not being an expert in tokenized stocks, that they never once actually purchased any stock to back up those tokens. Yeah, sorry if that was confusing. We were talking about two similar tickers back to back. I was talking about COSM, COSM, and then the red flag play in my conservative financial and company health analysis is on COMS. There's a shit ton of red flags on this play. Again, and many times with retail, that is irrelevant. Play the chart, guys. If it's still moving, I'll take a look at it tomorrow. But that's not a company that, when a company doesn't file 10 Qs for a year and they're under dual delisting threat and got up to 250x reverse split coming, man, there's no way I could make a video saying anything bullish about this company. Just cannot in good conscience do it. I see people doing it, and the momentum is there because they're doing it, and we can play that momentum, but don't take a bathroom break if you're in that play. We're going to talk about the swaps, the 80 trillion. Blake, I've got the article queued up to talk about in a second. We're just trying to knock out a few tickers. Do I know the cost to borrow and short interest on AMC? He's asking. Yeah. Shorts on AMC, according to Ortex, 20%. To meet my criteria for starting to get interesting as a potential short squeeze play, I like to see it at least 20%. Obviously, the higher the better. And cost to borrow is 32%. In the last report from Interactive Brokers, they had 500,000 shares available. That's one broker. Wolverine says, invite Lou. Invite Lou. Lou has the open invitation to come on this channel anytime he'd like. I think he said someone told me this morning, he said he's retiring for a while. Helbiz. All right. We'll look at Helbiz real quick. This is what, a scooter company? All I'm going to say on Helbiz is the chart has your answers. And I'm sure you can see here what I see from November 28th to today. For me, right now, this is not a tradable stock. I keep it short and sweet. All right, ticker PIK, and then I'm going to talk about the other ones that I talked about in the Discord today. I know nothing about this company, KidPick Corp. Free float, if this is correct, 1 million shares. Volume today was 600,000. Looks like it launched in November of 2021 at $10.50. It's currently at 92 cents. I don't know what anyone's saying about it. I don't know if it has any juice out there, but again, this is typically not the type of chart that I'm looking to trade in. Looks like it's been beaten up pretty good. The other ones that we were talking about in Discord today were Costco, and we did touch on that briefly this morning. Let me pull up the chart on Costco. This is the one that is on my buy list for long-term hold. Good financials, solid company. If you go back and look at the history of Costco, you know, for our long-term portfolio, these are the type of charts we're looking for. Not for momentum trades, not for getting rich next week, next month. Just something solid to have that is going to be, you know, that's going to return you some gains as the economy recovers. And what I said on Costco this morning, and again, as I looked at it this afternoon, is I would prefer to buy Costco around 450. So that's kind of I'm going to tell you right now, that's my target that I'm going to wait for. If it doesn't drop to 450 or lower because of worry over the Fed, then I'm willing to buy it at 480. That's not a bad price, looking at the long-term trend of the company. But for a couple days now, I'm just going to wait it out. It's got 3 days of declining price, so I'll wait it out. And sometimes, like on Tesla, you know, I wait months for these. But if it starts going back up and the economic news becomes good, which I'm not expecting it to, I'm willing to pay 480 or 500 for it. I'd prefer to get it a little cheaper if I could. And the other one that someone asked me about was PayPal. I'm not the hugest fan of PayPal, but I took a fresh look. That's just a personal bias because of, you know, all the press that they've had recently. We're going to deactivate your account and fine you if you do something we don't like. And I've had some personal bad experiences with them. But all that aside, you know, we can put that aside and just look at, is it a good buy right now? If you go back and look at the multi-year history of PayPal, again, a great chart. It's been beat up. It's had the shit beat out of it since 2021. July. The financials are still pretty solid on this company. I would be comfortable, and I might even pick some up in this price range. Not going all in like tomorrow, but starting to accumulate with the outlook of this is a 5 to 10 year play. They are losing a little bit to social sentiment and to competition from Apple Pay. The rate of growth for PayPal may slow down in the next 5 or 10 years, but I think, you know, they are still a pretty solid company. And I just a quick look at their financials, income statement, balance sheet. It didn't throw any big red flags to me. And the other one we talked about was ticker, what was it? VLTA, Volta, a charging station company. Now, I like ChargePoint. I haven't looked deeply into Volta, but I did spend a little bit of time looking into it tonight. Volta, 3,000-ish charging stations around the country versus ChargePoint, 30,000. So ChargePoint has a huge lead over Volta, and Volta's been around for a long time. 3,000 is, considering where we're at with EVs, that's not very good. And their revenue it's been up and down, but on average over the last year, quarterly, I'm just going to call it flat. They keep on, one quarter's good, one quarter's not good. You would expect, wouldn't you, that in the environment we're in with EV companies, that a charging station company should be just cranking out better quarter. Every quarter should be better than the previous. And I'm not seeing that with Volta. So my back of the envelope, they also are under a delisting notice for their price. VLTA, 48 cents. So they have, I think, 6 months from whenever that notice was given to them recently. But, if they can't get over $1 for 30 days, 30 trading days, then they're going to have to do a reverse split. So it's got some risk. I would rate this one a very high risk play, but if you're convinced that they have a plan to increase their sales, that maybe you want to consider that. ChargePoint, on the other hand, where is it? Also has been beaten down from 45 to $11, but they're way ahead of the game. Everywhere I go, I see ChargePoint charging stations. And I'm sure you guys do as well. If you're in a big city, 30,000 stations around 50 states and growing. So if I was going to pick one, I'd pick, for my portfolio, ChargePoint. KYP, thank you for listening to the stream with Frank Benedetto. I think that generally, I think it was generally well received. What I said about Cosmos is, take my 13% video with a grain of salt. None of us know exactly what the short interest is on Cosmos because we're dealing with old data, but I think it is beyond dispute at this point that the float and the free float have massively increased. S3 was putting out all these Thanksgiving charts showing 2,600, 1,000 short interest because they were using the wrong float. They corrected their data. No one knows what it is. It might be 13. It might be 30. It's not 2,000. So the only thing that affects in my mind is what if it starts running, what is it going to run to? Not going to run to 100 because it's not a 2,000% float. Could it run a couple bucks if people continue buying it? Absolutely. I've got in this morning in pre-market. I got out right before market closed. I'll keep on watching it. And if it's moving, I got out because it didn't do much today and I don't want to hold it overnight. But if it starts running, I will absolutely play it. Krypton says Elon's going to come in with a PayPal competitor. That would be interesting. That would. HYMC Warrants E5 is wanting to know. HYMC has been getting beat up a little bit here recently. Let's look at gold prices real quick. Gold is trending up. Yes, there was some sales recently from Mudrick on a recent filing. So that, I forget how many million shares they sold. AMC is now the largest holder of shares of Hycroft. I'm in Hycroft for, my timeline is 2025, to be blunt. I don't really care what Hycroft does between now and 2024, sorry. My Hycroft calls are 2025 expiration. So it's going to be a volatile stock, right? They're not actively mining. They're draining down the leach pads. They need to get us some more core results. If the core results are very, very favorable, you could see a pop in this stock. If gold and silver prices were to take a tremendous move up, all the gold stocks will go up. This one's just going to be kind of a accumulate it cheap, keep your expectations realistic, have a long-term outlook, and I think you'll be okay. As long as they've got to do all of the analysis on these core samples. They've got to forecast what the price of gold and silver are going to be. They've got to look at the cost of what this new milling operation is going to run them. And then they're going to crunch the numbers and see if they can be a viable ongoing concern. There's plenty of gold and silver in the ground, but they've got to look at the cost of getting it out of the ground, the cost of milling the plant, and the price of silver and gold. So for those reasons, I'm calling it speculative, because there's a lot of unknowns. That doesn't mean I'm bearish. Don't listen to the foolish channels who try and tell you that story. I'm just telling you real talk, how I'm analyzing this play. It's speculative because there's a lot of unknowns. My timeline is 2024. And my next buy, were it to go down, would be, I'll pick up some more at 50 cents. My most recent purchase of Hycroft was in the high 60, 67, 68, I forget. As far as the warrants E5, I don't recall what the strike price is on the warrants. HYMCW. But so that's the question. Maybe someone who knows, drop it in the chat. What is the strike price for these warrants? It's not something that I know they have warrants, but I haven't been paying close attention to them. Typically, warrants have a 5-year expiration. You want to know what is the strike price and what is the expiration, and could it potentially get there before the expiration of the warrants? That's the only analysis you need to do. They're cheap, but if the strike price is $3.50, when is that going to happen? I can't tell you that. Jeffrey Roche, ¿qué onda? ¿Qué pasa? Hycroft sounds like MMTLP. The difference between the two is Hycroft is not being taken private. MMTLP is going to be delisted. The only concern I have about Hycroft is if they don't get over $1, they're going to be having that reverse split risk. Because I generally view reverse splits as bearish signals. So that's something that I'm paying attention to. Let's look at the Ortex on Hycroft real quick. I haven't done that recently because I don't really care. I'm not playing Hycroft as a manipulation or squeeze play. I'm playing it as I want to accumulate it cheap and then cross my fingers that they come up with a plan to get some gold out of the ground. Short interest is only just under 7%. Low cost to borrow. Yeah. PSNY, Polestar. Let's pull up the ticker on that. I do have a video about 6 months ago on Polestar. We do have a dealership here in my city. I went and looked at their cars. They seem like a fine vehicle. They have production and sales in multiple continents. It's rated up there, as far as I'm concerned, with it obviously not quite at Tesla levels, but they're in production. So as far as other companies, you have Polestar, Neo, Tesla, all companies that have production going. I would rate it in my tier 1 of EV companies. How widely will it be adopted versus Ford and Hyundai and all these other companies that are creating EV vehicles and trying to steal market share? That's really the question on Polestar. There's a fine chance to buy it at $4 in November. And where it goes from here is going to depend on their marketing efforts and their sales. I don't really have anything bad to say about them, other than they're going to need to get consumer adoption. All right, what else did y'all want me to look at? Lico says comms may follow. Were you here? Were you here 15 minutes ago when we were talking about comms? COMS. What's up, Jack Wolf? Hey, we had some real estate questions, Jack. This morning we were needing you in the chat. Folks were asking my opinion on REITs, and I'm still not super bullish on real estate market. Do you have any? Jack's a real estate agent. I think you and your wife are real estate agents, right? What are your thoughts on REITs? And let's talk commercial property, hotel type REITs. I don't know the gentleman that asked this morning what type of REITs he was looking at. GTII, all I can say, guys, is look at the chart. I don't have any good news to tell you about GTII. CGRA, I'm swinging that overnight, and I'll take a fresh look tomorrow. If it's not moving up tomorrow, I'll probably dump it. I picked some up this morning. I could not find any compelling due diligence to make a compelling video for you saying you got to get in CGRA. I just grabbed some because it's cheap and I know there are people pumping it. Sometimes that works out, sometimes it doesn't. And it is so damn cheap, and I think people are going to be looking for plays as some of these other ones fall by the wayside. CGRA may be a momentum play, but it's up from a penny or two to as much as 14 cents this morning. So might be running out of steam, but sometimes these really cheap stocks can go up to 50, 80, 100 cents. We'll just have to see. I'm playing it by ear. I took a position, but not a big one. Jack says, Jack's kind of reiterating what I said this morning. REITs have their place, but not in the current market. That was what I said this morning, Jack. Not right now. Oh man, G Immortal asking me, do I think the crypto bottom's in? If you haven't been tuning in, I moved a lot of the bulk of my crypto into cash temporarily. So if that tells you anything about my thoughts, I'm not feeling exactly comfortable about where crypto's at. We had Voyager, then we had Celsius, and we had Genesis. We've got Genesis owes Gemini money. We got FTX. Some analysts are saying Bitcoin's going to be at 250,000 by middle of next year. We got other analysts saying Bitcoin's going to be at 5,000. Who the fuck knows? Long term, I'm bullish on crypto. Right now, while things are being, I don't think we've seen the final waves of pain due to the FTX scandal just yet. So me being a little more cautionary, I held all the way down until a couple weeks ago. I just said, you know what? To let myself sleep at night, if it were to go down to 10,000, I would just really hate myself for not taking some preventative steps. And if it goes up to 18,000 and keeps running, well, that's okay. I'll buy back in on the way up. As far as someone's asking, will AMC go to 6 tomorrow? I'm looking forward to middle of December. Fed news and Avatar news. Will AMC go to 6 tomorrow? No, not likely. It was down 8% today. Everything just got slaughtered today. Everything. I don't know. I mean, we got 9 calendar days between now and the 14th or 15th. You can do the math. If it were to go down 5 or 10% a day, if the market is just ugly. But I think there's some point where people and institutions are going to come in and buy this stuff expecting some good Avatar news. And I do think, I know there's a lot of bearish people on AMC because of $5 billion debt. All right, we're going to set that aside for a minute, because in my analysis of this company, I'm not ignoring the $5 billion, but I'm focusing on the increasing revenues, the increasing box office numbers of movies, and the amount of good movies that are coming out over the holiday season, especially into 2023. So for me, I'm looking at it as a more long-term play. If something interesting happens, all the other catalysts that everyone else is talking about, that's great. But I'm going to at least give it the next 2 quarters and see what happens. I'm not worried about what it does today or tomorrow or next week. I've been in it this long. I really don't care what happens over the next 7-9 days. Had stock here. I'm pushing 2 years on AMC. It is. I don't think any of us that bought in at the time that we did expected we'd still be sitting here or looking at June of next year like, could this finally be the chance that we get enough good news to get people to come back in? But we have a bear market. We have money scared to come into equities, money scared to come in to any company that is losing money. You wanted me, Stephen, to look at DBGI. What the hell happened to this company, Stephen? $880 down to $3, $5. You're gonna have to tell me something so I don't have to look all the history of this up. Walt, good evening. Welcome back. Terry cut us. AMC running down today. It's just a flesh wound. It's just a flesh wound. Arm's gone. For any of you that are holding stocks, if you have just one or two stocks, if you're only holding AMC or AMC and GME or AMC and GTII, you're holding companies that are losing money. Those are not going to be companies that are preferred for institutions to be loading up on until they get low enough or the economy or interest rates improve enough that money is going to come back into the stock market. Money is flowing out of the stock market right now. That's just a fact. And that's why, my background is in economics, and I focus on that more than some other channels because the worldview, what is happening in global economics and central banks does affect, whether you like it or not, every freaking ticker out there. So how do I sleep at night watching everything go down, 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 down? I have been through many bear markets in the past 130 years on this planet. And I know that when the economic conditions improve and interest rates turn around, whatever time frame that might be, then things will change. It's just a matter of if you just got in the stock market, welcome to your first recession. Welcome to your first bear market. They suck. Sometimes they last a year, sometimes they last 3 years, sometimes they last 5 years. So we will be looking for momentum plays. We'll be looking for buying call options on certain things when they're at a low, and hope we catch a new cycle and our options were far enough out that we could capitalize on them. I'm not buying options for this week. I'm buying options for January or a year from now or 3 years from now. And I said this morning, I have never shorted a stock, but if this shit keeps up, we're going to start doing it on some of these momentum plays. All the ones that people are pumping, the COMs and the COSMs and the GTII. I'm tired of just trying to hunt momentum plays because you have a few days of running. We should be able to make money on the way up. I'm pretty good at calling the top on these. We can make money on the way back down. I'm going to start doing that on these pump and dump plays, the ones that go up and right back down. And you'll probably see me fail a few times because I am not, while I may be the number 2 ranked short squeeze specialist, I am way down on the list at the bottom, actually, for being a shorting expert, because I have zero experience doing it. So the haters can sharpen their knives. So there'll be some interesting content. Tony Denaro made a mistake. He lost some money today. trying to short a stock. I do not have a opinion, Gorilla, on Hex. My one of my buddies that was heavy into crypto a year ago, he was heavy into Hex. I'm scared to call him up and ask him how he's doing. I don't want to know. With Voyager, I know he got bid on that. I don't know if he had any money in FTX. Last time I talked to him, I was like, you got to get everything in a cold storage. There's just no excuse at this point. But he was very heavy into all of these exchanges that were offering ridiculous interest rates. And I asked him a couple years ago, I was like, how are they paying that? He's like, I don't know, but isn't it great? And I was like, not in my world. Something sounds too good to be true. You got to be asking yourself, how are they doing that? Something's not right. And here we are paying the piper. Somehow I've managed to avoid all of those exchange breakdowns. Grandpa Barney, what's up? Grandpa, if we can just, we're the old folks in the room, Grandpa. If we can just survive one more recession, we're going to be so fucking rich. Just eat healthy, Grandpa. Don't get electrocuted when you're out there saving people's homes from power failure. Be safe when you're climbing the poles. If we can make it through this recession and buy the dips on good companies and some squeeze plays, we're going to be fine. I just cannot tell you guys what the time frame is. G Immortal says, once MMTLP goes private, is there a chance for a double squeeze for parent company MMAT? So I'll be perfectly blunt. I have not done a deep dive on MMAT. I've only had it on my list to play momentum trades on it over the last year. I did ping Marcel Boss Blunts because I know he's a big believer in MMAT, and he reiterated his belief in MMAT. And that's enough for me to, and I know you guys are curious about it. I will do a little more due diligence into MMAT. I have not done a fair amount. I don't think that the MMTLP play will affect. I don't think it's going to have a negative impact on MMAT. Will it have a positive one? I don't know. Could I tell you anything good or bad about MMAT? I cannot. I don't like talking about stuff I haven't looked into. I can look at the chart. But give me a day or two to dig into it, and I can give you some more thoughts. The reason I added it onto my watch list was these little run-ups that we have. These are fun to play. Back in June, and then another little one in October, a baby one in June of 2022, and it's on the uptrend right now, probably due to the MMTLP stuff. Let me just do a 30-second look at the financials. Their top line revenues have been increasing, so that's good. Again, this is not a deep dive. This is just very, very quick. Earnings per share, I'm not seeing like tremendous progress there. They're still losing money. Grandpa Barney, thank you, brother, for flashing the lights back there. take 2 shots for you. I got you. Let me refill this just for you, Grandpa. In honor of my recent trip to Nashville with the wife, we're drinking some Tennessee whiskey. Good old JD. Refill the glass here. Salud, brother. To surviving our 20th recession, Grandpa. Yeah, I'm not seeing any huge red flags on MMAT. Just a very quick look at the financials. They're still losing money, but they are increasing their income. So I'm going to need to do a bigger deep dive into it. I can't really. Sorry, I thought I had the screen up so you guys could see what I'm looking at, but I didn't. So when I have a chance to spend an hour digging through all the, or sometimes 4 hours, depending on what I'm finding, look through all the recent 10Qs, look at their press releases, look at their website. I can't really comment if I don't understand the company. Volkstoy King says MMTLP running. Really? I don't know. Is that sarcasm? It's having a reverse squeeze right now. $7.10 closed today on MMTLP. Clark says, wasn't Tesla around 1,200 a share at its peak? Correct. I had bought, I forget what I bought it at, but prior to that, Clark, 500-ish or so. So I sold into that run up to 1,200, actually sold early, and it kept on running. So I bought call options and made more money on the run up to 1,200, sold those at a profit. And then I said, when it hit 1,200, I said, I'm just going to wait for Tesla to come back down. And I just got back into it in the last 10 days or so. That was a long wait. I've been waiting since October of 2021. I waited a year to get back in Tesla. And I've been very transparent about that I was going to wait for, in a recessionary market, again, high PE ratio and negative earnings companies, Tesla being the former, tend to get beaten down, especially if there's any bad news. So on this latest rundown below once it breached the 218, 200, I jumped back in. So I did not go heavy into Tesla. I just started establishing a position. If it keeps on going down, I will keep adding. If it recovers, then I'll add more into strength. But when would it see 1,200 again? I don't know. Tesla's got their fingers in a lot of pies. I believe in Elon Musk. I like the company, but I also got to realize that they have competition nipping at their heels. So it's a well-beloved stock, but that at the end of the day, big money's looking at the financials. I feel pretty comfortable about Tesla, even though many people would still say it's overvalued at this price. That never held it back running up to $1,200. So I'm happy buying it in this price range, but I'm not loading the boat. And I'll be adding if it keeps going down. Lordy, what's up? Guten Morgen to you in Germany. Jersey Recycler says MMTLP chart looks like GTII. You know, I've been watching this chart and I've been looking at the comments in Webull, and I'm not commenting because nobody would want to hear what I have to say. Other than what I'll say, if you're in MMTLP and you're worried about FINRA, I would say stop worrying about that. That's like the least of your worries. FINRA is they're going to do the update to the corporate action, 1 to 3 days before it gets delisted. But what you should be worried about is the chart. What you should be worried about is maybe people gave you incorrect due diligence. I don't know. I've been saying that once the filing had a date, whatever it was at that point, once we had a date, you're going to see it fall probably all the way back down to $1 or $2 between now and the 14th would be my guess. That's just my opinion based on the fact that it's going to be delisted and changed to non-tradable shares. That's just a rational view. I'm not invested in the company. I have the shorts are going to be screwed in this play. I've talked to trading desks. I've talked to shorts. They're telling me that is not the case. I'm going with my unbiased due diligence that this thing's probably just going to fade all the way down. But if you're in it and you want to ride or die, I wish you the best of luck. I hope that the people that have been covering it for the last year are correct for you. We will find out. Clark is asking what other companies besides Tesla can we invest in? Amazon right now, I think, is worth looking at. Clark. Costco is worth looking at. Maybe even Disney. That one's a little more emotional for some people, but look how beaten down Disney is. $200 on a recent high down to $95. If you look at the history of Disney, look at that chart. If you were to extend this line out, and let's just assume that the management figures out that their strategy is shit and that they figure out a way to fix it, and you extend this line up, I get it. That's making some assumptions. But, over the long term, if you're looking at a reasonable average return and Disney fixes their problems, over the next 10 years, it could see 200 again. It might be faster than 2 years. It might be faster than 10 years, but I think you could see a return to this trend line in short order in the next couple years if they fix the strategic direction of that company, if interest rates get fixed, if the economy starts picking back up. I have not pulled the trigger on Disney, but it's always been a play that I've been in and out over the last 20 or 30 years. It's a tried and true company, but they have some strategic management issues right now. So I'm going to see what happens. I'm not in a rush to buy Disney. Google is a network. Advertisers are pulling back on ads right now. It got really bid up, It's back at a point where it's on trend, maybe even a little bit below that. Might be worth considering as a recovery play for when the economy improves and people start spending money on ads again. There's a lot of blue chip companies that I think you can add a little bit of each of them. Spread your risk out. Don't go heavy in one sector. Don't go heavy into one company. Pick 5 or 10. Even if you're just getting 1 or 2 shares of them, you're going to have, most of them will pay off if you have a long-term outlook. 1796 says Disney is woke and will be going broke. That is the short-term belief of many people, right? I think capitalism in the end wins. Disney is not going to let their shareholder value erode to zero. They will figure it out. Is the bleeding over for Disney? Might not be. That's why it's not top of my buy list right now. Skill stacking, asking about Airbnb. I have never owned Airbnb, but I keep up with the headlines and the social sentiment, and I don't know. Maybe you guys follow it closer than I do, but I see a lot of people complaining about the rates and the cleaning fees, and it's almost as expensive as a hotel. I'm not a customer of Airbnb. Anytime we go on vacation, we always look, and then we like, well, fuck, man, these prices are ridiculous. I thought Airbnb was supposed to be a deal, and it seems like that customer value has eroded over time. We end up always finding something cheaper and just as nice than Airbnb. I don't know. It's not an area that I've spent a lot of time looking into, and based on a lot of the complaints that I'm seeing, I don't know that I care to deeply dig into Airbnb. McDonald's, JT. Yes, McDonald's is another. It's always been a great company. Let me put up the chart here. These are the type of things you want to have in your hold till you die portfolio. Are you going to get rich next year buying McDonald's? No. But is it a good foundation for these type of companies, McDonald's, Amazon, Google, Disney, these blue chip companies, Home Depot, Citigroup, American Express, J&J, pick one in each sector and start building out a risk balanced portfolio, and then have fun with the squeeze plays and the momentum plays to boost your returns so that you can beat Wall Street. You cannot argue with a 10-year chart that looks like that. And I don't see that really slowing down. The rate of return may slow down over the years, but this has been consistently a well-performing company. Six Sun, how long do I think it's going to take Tesla to be in the thousands per share? That is a good question, Six Sun, and I'm going to be talking about Tesla a lot over the next year. What I was reading this morning is that the competitors are making headway to take market share from Tesla. Tesla's got to build more factories to crank out more cars. That's not inexpensive. mean, they have challenges ahead of them, but I also believe the people that say never underestimate Elon Musk. He's well ahead of them in the automated driving and in the technology in general. So I'm not counting them out. I'm gonna be adding Tesla. I don't know that I could tell you a time frame for it to be in the thousands again, but probably when the economy improves, interest rates get cut, you'll see big money coming back into Tesla. Which is more affordable between Costco and Amazon? So let's look at the PE ratio, Clark. Trailing 12 months PE ratio on Amazon, it says 83. And on Costco, 37. So just based on that very quick analysis, even though Costco is more expensive, it would appear to be the lower price to earnings company and maybe the better investment at this point. I don't own Costco, but I'm hoping to grab some around 450-ish. Been watching it for a while. Steven's been pushing me. Why aren't you in Costco, Tony? Months he's been pushing me. I am a Costco member, not a Costco owner. Walt thinks Tesla's done. Juicy says, do you know why the prices are high? Is because people have bought those homes to rent out as Airbnb and can no longer afford their mortgage. That could be. Travel seems like it hasn't really slowed down, and I don't know what is driving I don't know who sets the cleaning fees on Airbnb, the owner? I'm just guessing. I have no idea because I don't own any Airbnbs, but I know that Airbnb takes a percentage of the nightly rate, right? Does the owner keep 100% of the cleaning fee? It would seem to me like if the owner keeps 100% of the cleaning fee, then that would be a sneaky way to increase your overall income with the Airbnb. And maybe that's why people have been ratcheting up the cleaning fees. Clark says $4.50 a share seems expensive. Well, just buy one share, Clark. You don't have to buy 100 of them. GME upcoming earnings and layoffs. Yeah, so GameStop's earnings is what, in about a week? I do own GameStop. Let me put up the chart here real quick. This is going to be a key moment for GameStop to decide where it goes from here. I've had this chart, these lines drawn on here for a long time, as well as my buys and sells on GameStop. So if I zoom in, let me go to the daily. I'm okay accumulating it in between these two lines, which is like 22 to 28 bucks. I bought some back in September at 28. I bought some more in October at 24. I should have bought some on this wick down to 21, but I did not. My next buy on GameStop will be if we get a bounce off this yellow line. We'll see on the upcoming earnings what happens. GameStop for me is a speculative play on the Ryan Cohen transformation. That's the only reason I'm in GameStop. JT says the cleaning fee is a bonus. So my supposition was correct. That's what I would do. I'd make the rent cheap and screw people on the cleaning fee. Makes sense. Clark, I'll see if I can find some for you. Check with me in a couple days. But as far as the timeline, you're asking what is good in the next 6 months to a year. Really, Clark, anything will be good on the timeline of when the Fed flatlines or starts reducing interest rates. Until then, there's no magic bullet company. The jobs report last week, Jerry Powell, the main thing he's looking at is wages. And the report last week was not what he wanted to hear. So I'm really curious what he's going to say next week. We're not out of the woods by a long shot. I can't believe we're in December and we're still worried about recession and raising interest rates, but we've blown an entire year in a bear market now, and it's going to spill into next year. And many analysts are predicting that Q1 for many, many companies is not going to be great, that there may be more layoffs coming, that we may have sorry. We're trying to have fun tonight, but we're talking economics and reality also. Many analysts are worried that we're going to have companies issue downward revised outlook. So we're just going to have to wait and see. Let's see where we're at by February-ish of next year. Until then, crapshoot. James says the maid service gets the cleaning fee. But don't you get to pick your own maid service? What if you charge $100 cleaning fee, but you find a maid service that will do it for $40? Do you get to keep the difference? So for Fulana and Clark, I'll see if I can come up with a list of inexpensive and relatively reasonable PE ratio companies. I need to add to my list anyway, so that might be a good video for this week. What other strong bench companies can we add while things are still cheap? MC asking about T+90. That's not a catalyst that I've been able to verify, MC. Unfortunately, I've looked through all the documentation that people have posted about that. I think that people are misinterpreting the whole T+90 thing. And when I tweeted out about it, someone tagged Wade Houston on it. And he's like, "Well, I never said that." You can go back a month or two ago and find my tweets about it, the due diligence that I put out, explaining why this whole what is the phrase? The syndicates must close out all expenses in 90 days, right? I mean, I've put it out there on Twitter, maybe on my community tab. A syndicate is a group of brokers that buy shares from a company, from another broker that is doing an IPO, and I think it may be also with bonds. But anyways, when they're talking about 90 days to close out, they're talking about things like travel expenses, cell phone bills, administrative expenses. It has, I don't know how people thought this had anything to do with short shares. I read through all of that stuff. I'd be making videos about it if I thought it made sense, but unfortunately, that's one of those things that I couldn't get behind. So I'm not counting on that. Hey, if it happens, great. Am I in COSM? I was in it this morning, woke up and bought it 3 a.m. here in Texas, and I sold at 255 right before the market closed. I'll do the same thing tomorrow. I'll wake up and see what it's doing in pre-market, and if it looks good, I'll give it another chance. It's not a dead play, and a lot of people are still interested in it. And I like to play the momentum. The momentum today and the chart today on today's trading did not give me confidence to hold it overnight. Sometimes when I do that, I miss a 20% run up in pre-market. You wake up 10 minutes late and it's already run up 20%. That's the risk I take. But we've all been there where we've held stocks overnight and it dumps. So I'm not emotionally invested in Cosmos. I'll trade it if it's moving, and if it's moving, I will absolutely be in it. Do I have another ticker that squoze after going private? Are we talking about like MMTLP? Typically, when a company is going private or they have a buyout, we know the price. This is a very unique situation, MMTLP. I don't know that I can tell you another situation like that one. But typically, when they're going to be delisted because they're being taken private, like Twitter, you know the buyout price, and so you know what to expect. In this case, with MMTLP, it's going private, and you're going to be handed shares of a company that can't be traded. So, based on that, my guess was it's going to fade between now and the 14th. Because reasonable people, and there's plenty that are ride or die on MMTLP, and I wish them all the best. But I think you're going to see people getting out of that play. And there'll be plenty that hold it all the way down. And I see people in the comments on Webull and StockTwits that are planning a class action lawsuit. I'm like, if you've been holding it for a year and you got it, if your cost basis is below 10 or 12 bucks, I don't know, why would you want to hold it back down to $1 or $2 and then participate in a class action lawsuit? Why not just bank that gain? Jay, CGRA is the one momentum trade that I held overnight. Don't take that as a buy indication. I'm hoping that I'm lucky tomorrow. So did we resolve the debate on Airbnb? The owner sets the cleaning price, right? And you get to hire your own maid service, I'm assuming. And if you can find a maid cheaper than your cleaning fee, you get to bank the difference. Or if you have your wife or yourself, if you're the husband, clean the Airbnb, then you get to keep all that yourself, right? It's not a Airbnb contracted maid service. Or am I wrong? I don't know. Cheers, bitches. James says if you come in and trash the place, you're going to pay more. Some owners do their own cleaning and they're kind of stupid on their pricing. That I see that a lot in the reviews and the complaints about Airbnb that the pricing is getting ridiculous. Start a maid service. That is a business that I've never looked into, Jimmy. I know people that are in that business, and maybe one of them, I can't remember if she owned her own. I have a feeling that she owned her own. Never really got clarity on that. But yeah, if you have the right clientele, I would think that could be a fairly lucrative business. Low barrier to entry, a lot of competition. You have to really set the standards high and go after the right clientele. Chris asking anything to watch. Are you asking anything to watch tonight? I'm not watching anything tonight other than the futures. I'm going to try and get to bed at a decent hour. It's 10 o'clock here. I want to get up around 3 a.m. and check Cosmos tomorrow. That's the only thing I'm really watching in the morning. And we'll see. You can use a tool like investing.com or maybe Market Chameleon. Look and see what is moving in pre-market. Sort by the big movers. Look at the news, what's making that thing move. Make some decisions. Waking up at 3 a.m. is not for everybody. Oh, pre-market. Yeah. So Cosmos is the one that I know I'm looking at. And then I always look at this morning in pre-market. There wasn't anything interesting. Terry says he's got 2 Airbnb contracts for window cleaning. House cleaning doesn't make squat. Yeah, that's, the maid service is, I'm sure, generally when I'm looking at a business, you got to say, what is the barrier to entry? What is the competition? And if the barrier to entry is relatively low, barrier to entry meaning like, is there a capital investment required? Can anybody do it? Do you need a degree? Do you need specialized skills? Or can you just hire some low-wage workers and give them cleaning supplies? It can be pretty brutal to compete unless you say, I'm going to be the luxury brand. I'm going to target the best neighborhoods. I'm going to hire the best people. We're going to provide service that exceeds anybody else out there, and we're going to charge a premium price for it. If you can pull that off, you can do it. But if you're going to be in a low barrier to entry business, I think you got to go for hitting it out of the ballpark. Charge double what everybody else charges and provide value to the clients that justifies that price. You might have a smaller amount of clientele, but you're doing less work for more money. And at the end of the day, even if your profits equal the people that are charging less, you're doing half the work. Does that make sense? Be dependable, cash, yeah. Our Baglio, I still have my Phantom. I sold Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. I sold almost everything just temporarily while I wait and see what happens with the FTX avalanche. Herbert's asking, does anybody know why APE average day to pay could be higher than when it was issued? What do you mean by average day to pay? Oh yeah, Grandpa and Jeffrey, I see you guys talking about Kirstie Alley. Rest in peace, Kirstie Alley. I did see a headline right before I came on that she passed away. I didn't see why. I see you guys saying she passed away from cancer. I was a occasional watcher way back in the day of Cheers. That's where I really know Kirstie Alley from. Back when I used to have supporting roles on Cheers. That's a joke. That's a joke. Don't forget, I'm a D-rated actor. The only TV shows I've been on, I've been that blurry guy in the background that's walking behind the main characters that the camera's focused on. James, what market are you in? What city, if you don't mind my asking? $600 a night for an Airbnb. That's a nice rental rate. RW says storage rental is a good business. I looked into that. RW. I looked into it heavy. I have a relative that owns a mini storage business. This guy is he's got skills. He built the entire thing himself. So you can imagine he saved money. He poured the entire concrete pad. He put all the steel together with his kids and built the entire fucking thing. And that, I saw the money he was making on that. That was enough. I've looked into a lot of businesses. I've started and closed and still own various businesses, but I looked at storage units and I went to trade shows and probably spent a year looking into storage. But at the time that I was looking into it years and years ago, it was transitioning to multi-story, air conditioned and heated in my market. And I didn't want to spend millions of dollars building something like that. Still might have been a fine investment. But I think if if you're in a smaller town or you can get out in really a more rural edge of town area and build an inexpensive one, it is a fantastic business, especially as the city grows out to you. It's kind of like a land bank, right? If you can get enough acreage and just hold on to that thing for 20 years and let things move out your way. Whether or not you keep the storage really becomes irrelevant because you might be able to convert that to a higher use. Terry says, what is the light blinky thing? If you're talking about the lights blinking back there, that's because of Grandpa Barney. If you do, Grandpa did a super chat there. It says it deleted his message. Let me see if I can see what he typed. Anytime someone does a super chat, it blinks the lights back there. What happened to your message, Grandpa? Oh, here it is. Fuck cancer. Yes. I agree. I lost my mom recently to cancer. It sucks. Grandpa Barney breaking all the rules. Breaking the law. Breaking the law. All right, let's look at some other stocks. Look at LPTV. Someone wants me. Who is that? Eric. Loop Media. I feel like I've looked at this one before. Hang on while I pull up some DD on them real quick. I'll put the chart up so you guys can see it. Glendale, California. This is the company, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a year since I looked at them. No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. Who was the company that would allow you to do like 3D 360-degree advertising? You know, they'd come in and they'd film your real estate property. That wasn't Loop Media, was it? It says that they sell music video content. Multi-channel digital video platform company. Was that Loop Media that also was doing real estate stuff? Let me look at their website. No, I must have that wrong. All right, financials. Revenue increasing, good. Earnings per share negative but flat. Last 3 quarters. Balance sheet. They've done a substantial amount of dilution in the last 2 years. Chart looks good. That's probably one that I need to put on my need to dig in more list. I don't know much about this company. But yeah, I mean, the chart looks good, even despite dilution. I almost feel like, based on what I'm seeing, that I must be looking at the wrong thing, but I'm not. Matterport might have been it. HODL is a ticker, is that right? I see a couple of not US. Is Matterport still around? Yeah. Holy shit. They got cremated. $37 down to $2.98. Well, glad I didn't buy that one. Anybody holding Matterport? MC says he's holding APE. Thinks we'll rip before this month. I'm there with you, MC. I know it's painful right now. It is, but I wake up optimistic every day that Avatar is going to be good news in Q4 into Q1. By the way, I wanted to go see Top Gun Maverick in IMAX today. There were only 2 showings in my city today on a Monday, and neither one was IMAX, so I did not go see it. I need to check through the weekend and see. That'll be my 3rd time to see Top Gun Maverick, but I want to see it in IMAX. What's the point of re-releasing it if we can't see it on IMAX at least once a week? Andrew says APE is the most boring ticker in the history of the market. Yeah, I mean, I have my thoughts about what's going on with APE. I've talked about them many times. I do not think this is normal price action, but I mean, if you look here at AMC versus APE, actually this chart here shows it better. Let's go to the hourly. APE is just getting beat up compared to AMC. Whether that's because of influencers talking it down, people worried incorrectly about dilution, institutions selling because they don't need to hold APE like they need to hold AMC, or people predatorily shorting it because of the dilution and they want to suppress APE so Adam Aron can't sell it and make money. There's a host of reasons why APE could be getting slaughtered. I still think that when the news for the company is good, both of them will go up. What we saw in the last run-up on AMC surprised me. APE did not go up to the extent that AMC did. We're kind of learning the rules of APE as we go along. I have been wrong on quite a few of my theories about how APE would react. It's tough when you don't have a history. Now, some people would say, well, you should have known. You should have known, Tony. You tell us all the time dilution is bad. It is. Dilution's bad. But you're not getting away from dilution by holding AMC. You're still getting diluted. They all go to the same financials. They all go to the same earnings per share. So that part does not make sense to me. So like I said earlier at the beginning of this broadcast, and like I said in the Discord this evening, my last buy on APE was at $1. I'm done for now, averaging down on APE. I'm just going to sit with the extra shares that I bought. I'm not going to add any more if it drops, unless, God forbid, it were to hit 50 cents. I'm not making any predictions on how low APE could go. I'm focusing on the expectation that with Avatar coming up in 9 or 10 days, it will start trending back up. We'll play it by ear. Who fucking knows? It's way lower than I ever thought it would be. I agree with you, DevStat. The disparity between APE and AMC in my logical brain does not make sense. So even though you guys know that I'm not the big conspiracy theory guy, there's probably some of that. I also have some logical reasons I just laid out. Irrational investor sentiment because everybody told you to sell APE. Institutions don't need to hold it for their ETFs. Retail and high-speed trading firms taking advantage of the dilution to push it down like they do. I've been paying more and more attention to these guys. They specifically target dilution plays to short, even if it's just for a day trade. There's a lot of logical reasons that I can come up with why it's being pushed down, but at some point, when good news comes out, they're going to get screwed right up the ass, I think. And in the meantime, Adam Aaron, if you're watching, sure would be nice if you came out and made the case for APE. Just saying. Everybody that's frustrated with Adam Aaron being quiet, I'm right there with you. He should be talking up why AMC and APE should be equally valued. Angelina, good evening. Thanks for popping in. Steven says, I know you too well. If APE drops to 50 cents, I will. I'll 20x my previous purchase. Wait, no, it'll be 20x off of what I was buying when it was $2. It'll be 2x what I just bought at $1. I went in big at $1. If it drops to 50 cents, I'll go in even bigger. The lower it gets, the more I'll buy. Because I do think the movie industry, AMC, competitors going bankrupt, 2023 movies, I can focus on the positives of that. If I were to debate somebody on a space call, that's what I'd be talking about. Why I'm bullish on the industry and this company. Look, nobody can debate or argue the fact that they have debt. But this company in this industry is far from going bankrupt. So we'll see. Let's see how the next 2 quarters go. I take every play day by day. I'm not married to any play. I don't get emotionally invested in them. And if there were something negative where it looked like this company was not progressing, I would tell you guys that. Do they have debt? Yes. Is that bad? Yeah. but things are getting back to a point where this company has a chance. And in the meantime, everybody's got a million ideas about catalysts. Who knows? Who knows? I don't talk about those on this channel, but that's what makes being in plays like this fun. You never know when you wake up one day in June and it's just running. But we're not going to be making 20 videos a day talking about that. We'll talk about what we can see, just like we do on every other play. I'm still in it right along with you guys. I'm still adding to positions. I added January calls on AMC. I've been adding APE since August. We'll see. The reason I don't talk about all those catalysts is not many of them have been right. And you guys know I hate being wrong. Broke Ape's asking about a Uber service in Singapore. Is Uber expanding to Singapore, or is there a separate new company offering ride sharing in Singapore? Why can't Adam Aaron talk about manipulating stock, but other CEOs can? Jeff, that's a good question. I'm not giving him a pass on it. I'm giving him some leeway, but we see these other companies like GTII and several others hiring law firms to investigate, talking about manipulation. There is SEC regulations, like you can't say something or do something to force a short squeeze. You can get in trouble for that. So while I give him a little bit of leeway, I'm there with you. Why can't he say something? Why can't he do a little bit more? I'm not giving him a complete pass. Well, I do think he's doing what he can to improve the fundamentals of the company, and you see the results of that. And he's got new revenue streams coming in 2023. I'm not gonna defend him for not doing anything. It'd be nice if he did something, but I'm not going to attack him over it either. There's a fine line there, right? There's a fine line between being someone you can question without being antagonistic, I guess is the best way I could say it. You can question without rug pulling your fellow investors. You know what I'm saying? Lucy, what's up? I want to be supportive, but I also don't want to be, I don't want to be looking at any investment through rose-colored glasses. Everybody on the board and the executive staff, they should be held accountable. We're allowed to question them. Do it in a way that is productive, not in a way that when I see videos of people calling them, paid plants from hedge funds and stuff like that, I don't know that is productive. Maybe they are. Maybe they are. I don't give anyone a free pass. But you're not going to see me making videos about it. Grandpa says you can question without being a dick. That's a nice way to summarize it, Grandpa. It's funny, a lot of the people that have been questioning him and being assholes about it are now day trading AMC, moving on to completely other plays. And that's their right. That's their right. Everybody, you got to do what is good for you. But it seems like once you put your foot down that path, it's very easy just to give up on the play. I still believe in the direction of the company and the direction of the management. If that ever changes, I'll just go away. You know, I'm not going to shit on everybody else as I'm walking out the door. Tennessee whiskey. You know, the best part of being in Nashville was hearing how many bands played Tennessee whiskey. You got any country music fans watching tonight? That's by far our favorite genre, Scarlett and myself. That's how I met her. She's big into rap music and pop and even 80s music. I had 80s music on one time. She's like, I didn't know you like the oldies. Oh, Scarlett, making me feel my age, guys. She called 80s music the oldies. I was like, you realize that's what I grew up with, right? For her, that's, I guess, for her, that's the oldies. But for me, oldies is something before I was born. Maybe that's why it's oldies to her. But the nice thing about her is that she likes all the same music that I do, even if it's stuff she didn't grow up with. Whether it was listening to music with her grandma or her dad, she had good exposure to a wide variety of music. Yeah, Lucy, I agree with you. 50s, 60s music is oldies to me. What were we, Grandpa? That's been my lifelong dream, Grandpa, is to own a horse. I cannot wait. I'm hoping that, the stock market improves or one of these plays that we're in squeezes before real estate starts moving back up in price, because I want to go get some ranch land out of the city and have some horses, maybe some cattle. I have been horseback riding, but I've never owned one. And every time I'm watching Yellowstone, that's our favorite show right now. Every time I'm watching that, I'm like, man, I want a horse and some land to ride it on really, really bad. Do I think the Dan Man's asking, will Ape ever see $2 this year? I don't know, Dan. Let's see how good the Avatar numbers are. Anything is possible on good news. It's going to have to be best movie ever. If we get that type of news, yes. We got 2 weeks in December. If the news scares the shorts, and there are some people shorting it at between $1 and $2, if it starts moving up, yes, you could see $2. Am I predicting $2? I'm not predicting anything. Is it possible? Is it within a reasonable realm of possibility? Absolutely. Angelina, that was when I was in high school, that was my dream horse, an Arabian. You had your parents had an Arabian farm. Man. Life goals, Angelina. How high might AMC run if we get a Christmas rally? Short interest is 20%. Cost to borrow is high, relatively high right now, 30% range. I'd like to see it back in the 100% range. If I think that there's a possibility that APE could go to $2, I think there's a possibility that AMC could see 15, 16 bucks. If we have blowout news between now and the end of December. That's in my realm of reasonable possibilities. My dream possibility, I'm not going to pollute your minds with hopium. Anything's always possible, but that's, I think, in the realm of reasonable. Angelina says Arabians are high strung. They are beautiful horses, though. Oh, speaking of Jim Cramer, DevStat, did you guys see that he said, he basically said, sell all your crypto. Why are you guys playing with this monopoly money? That almost made me go in and buy all my crypto back when I saw him on TV this afternoon. At the point where the Cartoon Network, CNBC, the talking heads are saying it's done, it's over, I'm starting to get a little bit of bullish feel. They want to scare you out so that all their friends can buy it as cheap as possible for the upcoming run-up. Whether that upcoming run-up is a month from now or a year from now, they're going to want to get all of you out, get it as cheap as possible. They know crypto is not going anywhere. Too many big institutions, banks, the federal government, everybody knows at this point that crypto is the future. They want to scare you out. That's my view anyways. I don't know what you guys think. Average Joe says my tone seems different. How so? If I have time, check out clear value tax. What is clear value tax, Cashman? I have my tickets for Avatar, Broke Ape. We got ours, I think, for the 15th in IMAX. If you had horses, what would be your dream state to have them in? Montana, Kentucky, Texas, or somewhere else? We were dreaming, it's good to I think it's good to envision where you want to be in your future. And we were talking about having a place in Montana. Whatever the cost is irrelevant. If you have dreams and you focus on reasonable steps to achieve those dreams, you can make those dreams happen. I'm not worried about being able to afford a villa in Italy or some property in Montana. If I decide that I want to do it, I've always been able to make something happen. But when we checked the temperatures in Montana last week, it was like 10 degrees. I was like, well, if we have a Texas property, some ranch land here, the Montana will be the summer property. We ain't going, I don't know that we'll be spending any winter time in Montana. That looked pretty brutal. How come on Yellowstone they never show winter? They always make it look so. Everybody's got a jacket on, but you never see the 5 feet of snow. Who asked, someone said my tone seemed different. Did we get an answer on that? Average Joe. It's tough to be, I don't know if I seem more calm or more happy, but on a brutal day in the market, Average Joe, it's tough to be super pumped. I'm just hanging, waiting for tomorrow, see what tomorrow does. Trying to survive till Jerry Powell's talk next week. Kentucky I think I've been to Kentucky once when I was a kid. We might have had a family reunion at some property there. But Tennessee, when we were in Nashville, we got to drive around in the countryside. We were both impressed at how pretty it was outside of Nashville. Scarlett was like, I could see us having some property here. Like, well, I mean, you can only have so many places. James says Montana's closed in the winter. That's what I thought. Like, either, it must be a pain in the ass to film in the snow. They're just like, fuck it, man. We'll come shoot all the episodes when it's warm, when the roads are passable. I wouldn't want to be out there filming in the snow or acting. CGRA update, Paul. I'm swinging CGRA overnight. I mean, the chart was a downward trend on the day today. The other 2 day trades I was in, I got out of before the market closed when they started coming down. CGRA was the one that I said, that one still might have some potential in the morning. Cosmos was the one that I bought in pre-market and got out of right before the market closed. Lost a couple pennies on it. I'll see what it's doing tomorrow. I might get back into Cosmos. CGRA is still so damn cheap that I decided to swing it overnight. But I am down in it a couple pennies also. Where do you live, Angelina? I am familiar with snow, guys. Even though we don't get it often in Texas, I spent some years, at least 8, combined in North Dakota and Nebraska. Lordy, good night. Thank you for tuning in. I've done my time in cold weather states. Much happier being down here in the south. Javi, what's up, buddy? Can you guys believe when I went to Alaska? We went there on a 2-week reserve deployment. I really regret. I mean, I did a lot of fun things in Alaska. We did 2 weeks in Elmendorf. Took our planes up there, and we I forget what we went up against, F-15s or F-18s for some simulated dogfights and training. And we did crash one plane. Nobody died, but I went and saw a glacier. We went to an all-you-could-eat Alaskan king crab place. Can you imagine all you can eat king crab for like $30? But the one thing that I did not do that I regret doing was going. There were some guys that went salmon fishing. Why did I not do that? How can you go to Alaska and not go salmon fishing? I don't know. Somehow I missed out on that part of the trip. We had a few days. We had a few days of R&R, especially when we first got there. There was a big party at a cabin up in the woods, and I went to that, and then I went for a walk, or maybe it was a jog. I forget. It's been a while. It's been a few decades. I was by myself walking on this trail up in the mountains in the woods. Oh, I went on a helicopter ride too. But walking by myself in the woods up on the mountains in Alaska, and a freaking moose crossed the trail about 10 feet in front of me. Censored content says he's 400 miles north of Montana. Where the hell are you? What is 400 miles north of Montana? Like the North Pole? I like fishing, but I don't have the patience for it a lot of times. How can I be patient on stocks and not be patient for fishing? I don't know. I mean, if it's a weekend trip, we used to have a property that it had some acreage and a little cabin on it, and two lakes, small lakes. One had bass in it and one had catfish, and those were fun weekends. Not my property, you know, family property. And I remember as a kid going trout fishing when we lived up north. Bass fishing is the big thing here in Texas. Bass and crappie. Edmonton near Alberta. Man, is it cold? I'm guessing it's cold up there right now. SHPH. I was not in SHPH. Shuttle Pharmaceuticals. Where is Alex Yuka? I'll reach out to her this week. I haven't talked to her recently. The last time I talked to her was a few weeks ago. I told her you guys were asking about her. She was flattered. I said, well, okay, be flattered. It made her smile to know that you guys were asking about her, but when is she going to come back? I will work on it. I'd like to do a Tony, Scarlett, and Alex bingo night. I think that would be fun. Especially now that Scarlett is off of night shift. We can get all three of them here on a weekend night. All three, including myself. John's day trade, CGRA. I'm swinging it overnight. The chart was not fantastic today, but I'm going to give it one more day. Clark says his grandpa pumped out a 60-acre gravel pit, and I guess you made a lake out of it. catching bass, bluegill, crappie, sunfish. On the catfish lake, we would set trot lines overnight. And on the bass, the one that was stocked with bass, we would just walk around that one and cast our rod and reel. And then eventually beavers found the property. I had already left the state by the time that happened, but there was a little bit of beaver hunting going on. Minus 28 Celsius, so minus 18 to 19. Holy shit. Censored content. My blood is thinned out too much to deal with that nonsense. Much respect to you. Jeffrey says the funniest thing he ever saw was all you can eat crab legs at a strip club. I don't even want to go there, Jeffrey. However, if you can get a $10 strip steak at a strip club on a lunch special, if you can get over the mental hurdle, I mean, that's a pretty good deal. Strip steak, some broccoli and fries for $10. Just go get the food and walk out so you don't drop a few $100. Have I ever looked into GDVM? Just came across it. I have not, Jimmy. I'm pulling it up right now. It's moved from a penny to 9 cents in the last 30 days, 40 days. All right, I'm going to put this chart up just so you guys can see it. That's a pretty good run. I have no idea what the hell is going on with this company. Put it in your list of stuff to check it. Your stuff to check into. I'm going to add it so I can check on it tomorrow. 0.003 cents to 9 cents since August of 2022. And this is not showing any signs really of slowing down. Might be one worth looking into, guys. I don't know. I'll check into it. Thank you for the call out on that. This is a daily chart that we're looking at here. You don't see many penny stocks that have this consistent of a run up. Free float. Holy shit. 3.8 billion shares free float. And it's moving like that on a volume of 8 million shares. What the hell is going on? How is that even possible? All right. Well, I would say a fair amount of DD is needed to figure out what is going on with this stock. To move like that on low volume on a tremendously huge float is not normal. I haven't looked at Raya since Friday, Code Red, when I saw that it did not IPO. I haven't looked at the dates. I'm kind of over the IPO thing. After the more recent ones and the crackdown from NASDAQ, it kind of lost momentum. Can you still buy it on Webull or is it closed? I know Teddy was talking it up. I haven't looked at it. Let me know if you can still buy it on Webull. Let me know. Maybe I'll throw $100 on it or something. The ticker on that one is G. It's Golf Delta Victor Mike, GDVM, Global Development. Carl wants to know, where in Silicon Valley can you get all you can eat sushi at a strip club? James says maybe it's a hedgy pump and dump. Maybe it is, James, but I mean, that's a multi-month run up on that stock. And hedge funds don't, honestly, hedge funds don't play in penny stocks. Pump and dumpers play in penny stocks. Have you seen any lately? Have you seen any infamous pump and dumpers pushing penny stocks? Oh, look at that. Who called the 8-ball? Andrew. And so the 8-ball's working. Good. Why don't you like Grandpa Barney? Signs point to yes. Why? You got to ask it a yes or no question. Lucy, what do you put in your paella? Lucy says she makes a mean paella. The very first paella I had was in college from a girl who invited me over. She was from Spain. I'll make you paella, Tony. All right, I'm in. At this point, who knows what was in the paella? That was not the point of that evening, if you catch my drift. But it was good, as I recall. Candace says no trade button on it. I'm sure you can't buy GDVM on Webull. It's probably going to have to be TD Ameritrade, Fidelity, one of the bigger brokers. Javi says LMNOP is running again. We should get that trending again, Javi. Scavenger still around? I thought Scavenger was going to join us and say hey. He said when he got home he was going to stop in and say hello. Is chair a person? What's running tomorrow? So in the Discord, I'll call out anything if it's worthwhile. I'll call it out as soon as I wake up. I plan on being up at 3 a.m. Wish me luck. Better stop having shots right now. But the ones that I'm going to be watching is COSM. And then when the market opens, I'm going to be watching C Growth Capital, ticker CGRA. That's the only other swing trade I'm in. And then, pre-market's like a box of chocolates. We never know what we're going to get. Lucy says mussels, clam, shrimp, whitefish, garlic. olive oil, chopped tomatoes, onions, and warm sourdough bread. I've never heard of that in paella, but damn, that sounds good. My dinner tonight, I stir-fried some shaved Brussels sprouts with garlic, fresh sliced garlic, and top that with a little bit of salmon fillet. Trying to keep it low carb and healthy. Lucy, how far away are you from Texas? That paella is sounding really good, Lucy. Just paella, though. I'm married now. I don't want anybody to be getting any ideas. Andrew, New York Angelo put out 10 AMC squeeze videos today. Are you freaking... What is up with these guys? Then 10 more disagreeing with this previous 10. Phil had me cracking up. He's like, I got the closed captions on and I still can't understand what he's saying. We need to get Phil on here. Maybe this weekend I'll see if Phil can hang out and we can do some dance moves for you guys or something. Oh boy. Nobody wants to see that. We'll watch Phil dance. How about that? Phil is a good guy. He's been consistent. He's been normal. He's not bipolar. I like Phil. Put on my gold hat. Let me see if I have that hat nearby here. I'm gonna stand up too. There we go. Now it's a party. Wait, someone said pour yourself another shot with that gold hat. Whew. Someone, I don't know. I saw someone asked, how's my knee doing? I'm about at 85% mobility on the knee. I'm doing, I still haven't been to the doctor, but I've been doing stretching and trying to work on the mobility. And I can almost, bend my leg about 85% of the way without major pain. The good news is it's not bothering me when I sleep anymore. I still would not want to be doing any squats. Let's put it that way. With heavy weight. It's going to require some rehab. So right now I'm just working on the body weight, mobility. Censored content says my ex-wife is tripolar. Oh, man. Overboard Entertainment. All right. Tennessee whiskey. Up yours, hedgies. Fuck the shorts. Fuck the bears. Fuck the haters. Cheers to you guys that have hung tight, that have patience, that resist the clickbait, and you just hang in there. We're going to get through this bear market. We're going to get through these fucking interest rates. Everything's getting beat down. Nobody's being spared, really. Just fucking hang in there. Fuck them all. Censored content. I never married a bipolar person, but I dated two. I managed to make it into my 40s before I ever came across that. God help you. You have. I'm here for you. Any of you that ever need counseling on that, I'll walk you through it. But if you're married to one at this point, my condolences. If you're dealing with it, I can sympathize with your struggle. Hopefully you're getting some counseling and some medication to deal with it. Should we do dating advice now since it's getting really late? Hopefully we've got all the stock talk out of the way. Clark says the people that hold their AMC and APE shares through this shitstorm, I ad-libbed for you, Clark, will come out the other side very rich. That is the hope, my friend. That is the hope. Angelina says, I'm done dating. Are you married though, Angelina? Or are you available? First time Jimmy says GDVM has a possible merger with VMost. Okay. I'm not going to look into them this late at night, but tomorrow I will. I've got it saved in my favorites. And we'll see, maybe that run up, maybe it's already topped out. Someone was asking me if, what was that company that we were looking at earlier, Volta? If Volta was going to get bought out by ChargePoint. I don't know. I see this. How many times have you guys seen it? I see it a lot where XYZ company, there's rumors of a buyout. That's a favorite clickbait topic. And 80% of the time they don't work out. Angelina, divorce forever. Nothing wrong with that, Angelina. I took a long break before I met Scarlett. I made her wait. I remember when I first met her, she's like, I would never date somebody that wouldn't want to get married in a year. I was like, well, you should just move on then. I made her wait over 5 years. Somehow she stuck around despite my, I'm not easy to get along with. She would agree. But she's stubborn too. She's a redhead. So somehow we figured it out. Carl says, divorced at 22, haven't come close since. Smart plan, Carl. Resist the urge. Where is the best place to meet quality Women, Cyrus wants to know. What state are you in, Cyrus? Jeffrey Roche, been married for 17 years, going on 18. Much respect. My parents were married. I think they crossed the 50-year. I was not that successful in my first attempt, Jeffrey. So much respect to you. I told Scarlett I'm going to need to live to well over 100 for us to hit that 50 mark. So that's why I try and eat healthy. Andrew says was married for 18 years and traded my wife for crypto. I heard a joke, Andrew, on YouTube today. Well, let's see if I can recall what it said. It was something about there was a guy that was he said his fuck no. I'm gonna butcher the joke. I'll see if I can remember it. I don't want to do a bad dad joke and butcher it on top of it. Was that Lucy that I saw that said she had a crush on Massalorian? Yes, I see that up there, Lucy. I see you guys commenting in his chat. I did invite him last night and tonight, but he must be either busy with work or busy making some great videos for you guys. Rick says quality women are in Thailand. Cyrus is in Michigan. So I don't know. Cyrus, I don't know that I'm the best example to ask where is the best place to meet them. I usually meet mine in the worst places. I think if you have the ability to approach a woman anywhere, not meeting them at a club or a bar would be ideal. A party with friends, anywhere out, doing normal activities. If you're again, I'm the wrong person to ask because 90% of mine that I'm met or dated or whatever was because I was going out every night of the week. I don't know that, the vast majority of those are not marriage material, unfortunately. Al says the gym is a good place to meet, but yes, if you can find someone at the gym, it's a delicate approach at the gym though, Al, right? You got to be good at your game. Because everybody's trying that. Pick up a hot chick at the gym. You got to be confident in your approach and hopefully in shape. Thoughts on 4 crypto millionaires that died within a month? I don't think, Jake, that was any accident. And you know that I don't talk about conspiracy theory shit a lot. But that's too much to be a coincidence. Hallie says Jim is a no-fly zone. Well, yeah, if it doesn't work out, that could get awkward, right, Haley? I dated a couple of females that I worked with. Don't recommend that either. That gets awkward. John's Day Trade says, how about church? If you are a regular churchgoer, yes, I'm okay with that. If you're just going to church and you don't plan on making a lifetime commitment out of it just to meet chicks, that might not be the best idea. You got to be true to yourself. Although, speaking of going to events to meet people, who likes the movie Wedding Crashers? That movie just cracks me up, and those two chicks were hot too. Vince Vaughn and what's his name? Is it Owens? Who was hotter, the brunette or the redhead? Wouldn't it be good to have a wingman that you could just go crash weddings and party like those two dudes do? All I see is redhead hotter. I can't disagree. She had a little bit of crazy in her though, didn't she? She was a freak. Al says she was a freak. James says funerals 50-50. I dated one girl from a funeral, James, back in high school. Kind of awkward. But yeah, don't discount it. Don't discount any opportunity to make a connection. Rachel McAdams. Yeah, that's the brunette's name. Thank you, Jeffrey. She's got a very cute face. I don't know anything about her personal life. A lot of the girls that I thought were cute as actresses back in the day ended up being like not my, I could never spend any time with them. Like, all right, back in the day, Alyssa Milano, but then you go to today, Alyssa Milano, hell no. And there's the whole string of these Hollywood people that they look good on screen, but then you got to deal with them in real life. Who's the one that married the royal? She looks good on camera, but then you got to deal with her personality. Isla Fisher, yeah, that's her name. She's married to Borat, right? Ginger or Marianne? Andrew, wow. It's a toss-up, right? Do you want the down-home girl or do you want the hot redhead chick? Fear of God, what's up, amigo? Yeah, we've been through hours of stock talk. Now we're doing relationship and dating. Andrew Tate. Yeah, if you're not following Andrew Tate, gentlemen, on Twitter, I suggest you do so. Rachel McAdams' Notebook, classic Hollywood crush right there, Andrew. Can't argue. Sasha Cohen, yeah. That's Isla Fisher's husband. Mrs. Howell. James has got a gilf fetish. Lovey. Did they call each other Lovey? I can't remember. It's been a while since I watched a Gilligan episode. Clark says you should hook up with Dr. Phil and give some dating advice. You know who, what's that lady that bitches you out on the radio? Hi, yes, I've been dating this guy and he says we're going to get married. She's like, do you have a ring and a date? Doctor or somebody, female. Every episode is like, do you have a ring and a date? Well, then you're not getting married. Charlie's Angels, both the old and the new. Which is better? Which has the hotter chicks? The OG Charlie's Angels or the newer one? Dr. Laura. Thank you, Paul. Dr. Laura, yeah. She's cold-blooded, man. And she's right. She's right. Let's see. I'm going to see if I can remember the names of the OG Charlie's Angels. It was Cheryl Teagues, right? Something Jackson. And I'm forgetting the other one. Help me out, old folks. Farrah Fawcett. Yeah, we all had that poster back in the day. Andrew says, have I seen Where the Crawdads Sing? So I've tried watching it twice on Netflix, Andrew. I usually end up starting it late at night, and I haven't made it through the whole thing. Or if I made it through the whole thing, it was like falling asleep and waking up. It's a little bit slower. Maybe I was probably falling asleep because it was slower than I thought. So I can't give you a good read on it because I haven't watched it all the way through. Jacqueline Smith. Thank you, Candace. Wait, Jacqueline Smith or Kate Jackson? Which one is it? Jacqueline Smith sounds right. Alan, what's up, amigo? All right, so I think we've all agreed in the original movie, in the original Charlie's Angels, we've all agreed Farrah Fawcett is the hottest. And in the new Charlie's Angels, we have Drew Barrymore. We've got the Asian chick, which I can't remember her name. She's pretty hot. And I forget the third one. Lucy Liu is the Asian actress. Who is the third one? Cameron Diaz. Man. Drew Barrymore, great personality. Love her laugh, love her smile. She looks like she'd just be your friend. You could hang out with her any day of the week. Cameron Diaz, love her smile, laugh. Lucy Liu, though, she looks pretty good in leather pants. I don't know. What do y'all think? Gentlemen, ladies? Any scene with Cameron Diaz wearing those little tight bikini undies, dancing on a bed? I don't know. How do you choose? All of them equal, Cash says. Something About Mary, that was a good movie too. Seen it multiple times. You know, if you're flipping through channels and Something About Mary is on, you just got to stop and watch it. You just got to look at it, right? Just look at it. What was that movie with Drew Barrymore? Was it called 50 First Dates? The one with her and was it Adam Sandler? Her and Adam Sandler are a good team on screen, I think. Angelina, thank you for hanging. Don't forget to get up at 3 a.m. and check Cosmos. Mila Kunis and Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Another favorite movie. She had a sweet personality in that movie, Mila Kunis. And I forget the actress's name that played Sarah Marshall. She was kind of cute in that movie too, but not really a fan of the personality in that movie. Frankenbeans. Yeah. How about Janet Jackson, Broke Ape? Yeah, I mean, 10, 20 years ago, 100. Which play should we gamble on tomorrow just to have fun? Okay, so keep an eye. Right now, the ones I can say to keep an eye on when you wake up, pre-market, if you're up early, God bless you. I'm going to set my alarm for 3 a.m. Check Cosmos. If it's not moving, just wait. Set your alarm for an hour or two later. Check back in. Check again when the market opens. I have no idea what Cosmos is going to do tomorrow, but it still has potential. And then CGRA is another. It's in my book an iffy play. I've heard the DD behind it. I don't know that I can agree with it, but it's cheap, and it still might have some potential. If Cosmos and GTII are failing, people are going to be looking for something. So CGRA may be a play tomorrow. And then as far as whatever else, you know, look at Market Chameleon or investing.com. Go to the pre-market runners. That's what I do every morning as soon as I wake up. And then it's a bit of work. You know, if I'm up and I see something interesting, I'll put it in the Discord. Like, here's what's running and here's why. There's a lot of pre-market runners that are running for bogus reasons. So just because it's running doesn't mean that it's something you want to play. I try and read the news, figure out, is this just pump that's gonna peter out, or is it something that could run all day? And then we take it from there. So yeah, check Cosmos tomorrow. Check CGRA when the market opens. It won't be trading in pre-market because it's OTC. And then everything else, you know, we'll see when we wake up. How do you go with 2 hours of sleep, Clark? I get asked that a lot. They ask me in the Discord all the time, like, how the fuck do you do this? I was up talking to people in the Discord. We had a little conference call last night till, what did I finished with y'all at, 11 last night. Then we had another hour conference call in the Discord, maybe 90 minutes. I think I went to sleep around 1, up at 3, and then I bought my Cosmos and then went back to sleep till 6:30. Clark, what I say, Clark, we can sleep when we're dead. Breakfast Club and 16 Candles. I'm getting a Molly Ringwald vibe off of you. A 1980s Molly Ringwald, Carl J. Not a 2022 Molly Ringwald. Sorry. Was that mean? Andrew says he doesn't have Cosmos or CGRA listed in the UK. Look, they're gambling plays, to be blunt. These are not slam dunks, okay? I've tried to be 100% transparent with you guys. These are momentum plays, and if retail gets behind them, they can run. If you miss them, there's going to be something else. If they don't, if they crash, there's going to be something else you can play. Don't sweat it. Vinny asking about comms. So I did finally do some DD into comms this afternoon by your request this morning and the Discord request this afternoon. Look, I'll repeat what I said at the beginning of this live stream, this evening's live stream. I'm not going to pretend that I'm the guy that's done 3 months of DD into comms. I did some look into it this afternoon, and all I saw was red flags. What do I mean? They haven't filed quarterly reports in a year. That's a red flag. They are facing a delisting notice for their price and the fact that they are in violation of not filing quarterly reports. They have an upcoming shareholders meeting where you're going to vote on a reverse split of between 1 to 75 and 1 to 250. Okay. A lot of red flags. That being said, momentum plays often don't give two shits about red flags. So I will say this: if you're playing comms, don't take a bathroom break. If it's moving, play it. If you have the ability to day trade, play it if it's moving up. But all the bullshit that you're hearing on the clickbait channels about the shorts are in trouble and this is a great company, I'm calling 100% bullshit on all of that. This company is nothing but red flags. People hate it when I say that. But Tony, we don't care about all that. I don't either on a momentum play, but I hear people making videos saying it's a great play. The shorts are in trouble. No, it's being shorted because it is full of red flags. As long as you understand that, you have the right foundation to play it. If it's moving, play it. When it starts dropping, get out. Carl J likes Sharon Stone and Total Recall. I don't know why. Never been a Sharon Stone fan. Has she ever had long hair? She was the one in that movie with the rabbit too, wasn't she? Comms is a COSM error. Could be, but there are people, I don't want to name names because I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but there are people making comms videos that totally believe in that play. Even though I think the short interest is like 6%, they're like, the shorts are worried, guys. This is bullish. What the fuck is bullish about this company? If you can't recognize that the company is about to do a horrible reverse split and has not filed financial statements in a year, and you're calling it bullish, I really got to question your ability as a financial YouTuber. But those videos are out there. Someone asked me, can you give us a list of clickbaiters? No, I'm not gonna throw anybody under the bus. But you can go back and look at all their plays and look at how those turned out. People that are saying, Ryan Cohen filed a form that he's going to sell all his shares, but that doesn't mean anything, guys. This is bullish. This company, they got a delisting notice, but don't worry about that. They have 180 days. This is bullish. You would think I'm exaggerating, but I'm not. I mean, I literally hear this stuff. I pop in on the clickbait channels just to see what they're pumping because, we can play those plays. We just don't play them to the price point that they're saying. Like, I really don't know if these people are living in an alternate universe, or they have no common sense, or they really just are trying to get views. I don't know what the deal is. Don't tell us, don't throw anyone under the bus. Just tell us who's at the bus stop. I don't want to be that guy. There's nothing wrong with playing any of those plays as long as they're moving anyways. Jeffrey says they bought low and want you to get in to run it up. I mean, it could be, Jeffrey, but why? I mean, I don't know. I mean, are there that many predatory people on YouTube? I know we can name one or two, right? But I'm talking a dozen or more that I can think of off the top of my head. I don't know if it almost seems to me like some of them are, I don't know. I don't want to speculate. I feel like they're just worried. They're trying to build a channel based on views and pumping out a bunch of videos on the hot tickers. I don't have a lot of respect for those people because they, talking about it early is one thing, but talking about it when the play is cratering and still telling people, it's going to $100. The shorts are scared. I know the people that hate me right now, but you still like AMC, Tony. Okay. Let's just touch on that for 1 second, because I've said this a million times. AMC is a multi-billion-dollar company that has a fantastic 2023 movie season, moving out of a pandemic, recovering back out of that. Yes, they have debt, but that is a totally different scenario than a penny stock that hasn't filed financials in 4 quarters and is facing a reverse split. Let's call a spade a spade. You cannot even compare these things. James is bringing us home. Kelly LeBrock and Weird Science. My man. You got good taste, James. I want to remember Kelly LeBrock in that moment. I don't think I've looked at any recent pictures of her, and I don't know that I want to. She'll forever be Kelly LeBrock, Weird Science for me. So I saw before we wrap up tonight, someone asked about, I don't know if he's still in the chat. Someone asked, what about this foreign exchange, $80 trillion risk? I was, Boss talks about it. Bigham's really talks about all these swaps. And really, as I was reading, this is not something that I spend a lot of time. Yeah, I have a high level awareness of what's going on. But the fact that these banks can do this shit off balance sheet, and that they purposely do it off balance sheet and put all of our economies at risk. I was reading a lot more in detail about it this afternoon. When I saw the words off balance sheet, that really triggered me. And you ask yourself, well, what does that mean, off balance sheet? That means that they're taking on all these swaps, and by doing a series of swaps, they're able to get it off their balance sheet through a subsidiary or by having someone else buy the asset. Why do they do that? Why would a bank do that? Because if they take on a swap and they have to buy the underlying asset, they might have to increase their bank reserves. And if you're looking at making $1 million off of a play, you don't want to have to go buy $8 million worth of assets to back up that play. If you're looking at $100 million play that you're going to make $1 million off of, you don't want to have to take on an obligation to buy $8. So they do another swap with a different entity, and they have ways to finagle the freaking regulations so that they can make 900,000 instead of $1 million by doing 2 swaps, and everything is off their fucking balance sheet. It's legal, but it's fucking doing an end run around the regulations. And it is literally, if it goes against them, putting our entire system at risk. And that was a great article. If you haven't read about the $80 trillion global foreign exchange swap risk, go read that article. I'm sure Bigham's and probably Marcel retweeted it. And go read up on how banks finagle swaps and keep it off the balance sheet. I don't know that I could give you a better explanation than what I just did. It's a series of swaps that they do, a 2-step process to keep it off their balance sheet. And that's all well and good when the play goes your way. But much like Archegos found out, and the banks that were backing him, when things go the other direction, it could literally decimate the global financial system. And it is both frightening and annoying that they are allowed to do that. I mean, these freaking geniuses on Wall Street, and by Wall Street, I mean all the banks that are headquartered in Wall Street, JP Morgan, Citibank, Chase, all of them, that they figure end runs around Credit Suisse. They figure ways around regulations to make money and put all of our whole global economies at risk. I on the one hand, I hope they all come tumbling down, but at the end of the day, guess what? Who's going to pay for it? You and me. Bailouts. Too big to fail. They're allowed to take all the risk to make their millions, and they do it knowing that the governments will bail them out. So damn irritating. Monica Bellucci. I don't know if I know that name. Nice looking Italian chick. Who said that? Monica Bellucci. I know I've talked many times about CBDC, and oh man, the haters hate when I talk about CBDC because they are all convinced that it's coming next month. Tony, don't you understand? They got to have the CBDC to pay us off on AMC. I'm just going to say one more time, go, if you haven't watched it, I have a crypto playlist. Go watch my video on the CBDC. I made it actually 6 months ago when that guy up in New York was telling you, they're going to put it out in August to pay you on the squeeze that's happening. And I was watching the congressional testimony, the Fed talking about it, the congressman being concerned about it. And I know that they're doing test runs on it, bank to bank and country to country. And I know that Biden, said, of course, nobody wants to be last. No country wants to be last. But with the complex banking system and our position in the global monetary system, my opinion, it's not going to be rushed out in the United States. So I'm willing to take bets from all the people that hate me that we will not see a Fed to U.S. citizen CBDC in any time in 2023. I'll bet you a 6-pack or $20, whatever you want to bet. People love to clip when I say this. Tony Denaro is a fucking idiot. Put your money where your mouth is. It's easy to clip me and put it on Twitter. Are you willing to back it up? I'm not talking about Marcel or Boss Blunts. I'm talking about, those other people, the haters. But, I don't know anything about finance or banking. I never studied economics or banking in college. What do I know? I'm just I'm just some D-list actor reading a script. But I don't, I am very concerned about CBDC, and so should you be. I'm not excited about it. I think we should be very concerned, but I don't think we're going to see it anytime soon. And if we do, you can come back and tell me I was wrong. Clark, I reposted it. I don't know if you follow me on Twitter, Clark, but I reposted it a week ago. The Fed CBDC congressional testimony video I did 6 months ago. But yes, I mean, ultimately, they do want to socially control us through a CBDC. That is what scares me the most. But they're not going to ruin our banking system by rushing it out. And they will fuck it up. They will fuck up our entire banking system, all the small rural banks. It would be chaos. And they're not going to rush it out. I get it. I mean, I understand why I say it in a loving way, the conspiracy theory people. I get it. I understand where you're coming from. But from a rational standpoint, I don't see it happening anytime soon. They will break this country if they do that. When it comes, the fear, and I think it's a very rational fear, that they will socially control you through CBDC, that is something you need to be concerned about. Big Tramp says, will we see squeeze before they even try and implement the CBDC? Yeah, I think, the positive catalyst for AMC will happen long before a CBDC. God willing, I think that is a much more higher likelihood to happen before CBDC. But make no mistake, they're working on it. I read a white paper a couple days ago. It was a pretty good white paper breaking down, is there an advantage to being first on a CBDC? A lot of people think that there's an advantage to being first. Maybe I'll link that white paper. It was a long one, and I sped read through it. But to save you all that reading, the answer, the consensus from that research paper that they did was that there's not really a strong advantage to being first as much as doing it correctly. Seven says we can't curse. What happened? You should be able to curse. Just put some spaces in between it. MTV was the shit back in the day, Carl says. I fondly remember the early days of MTV, where it was nothing but nonstop music videos. And like when your favorite artist would make a real music video, and then somehow MTV became an entertainment channel. I kind of miss the old days. There you go, Yuka. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah. You guys can cuss, just spread it out. We don't want YouTube censoring us, you know. Remember the old days when there used to be mods that would say, please don't curse in the chat on some channels? Fuck those mods, man. We cuss here. We're grown-ups. It's late at night. We're having a shot. We do what we want. You don't control me. Ooh, those mods hate me. We got some sweet-ass mods in this channel now, though. I love you guys. Pam, Angelina, Lucy, Javi. '69 Charger. My the classic car that I owned was a '69 Camaro. I told that story before. I bought it. A girl I was dating, her dad used to race that car, and it was just the body. It had some racing slicks on it, no engine, no transmission, no exhaust. Guess how much I paid for that car? Maybe you heard this story already. '69 Camaro. I was early in my corporate career, making like $12 an hour. I had no money. I made her a lowball offer kind of as a joke. Ask your dad if he would take X for that car. How much do you think he sold me that car for? He said yes. I had a little bit of experience from a high school job building engines and rebuilding engines. So I built an engine, dropped it in that car, bought a transmission, connected it, took it to a muffler shop, had them install an exhaust system. I'm not a welder. Had one of my buddies paint it. It was racing orange when I bought it. I had it painted like a midnight blue with a little bit of sparkle in it so it would change colors in the daylight. It's a badass car, man. $100 is what I offered her dad for that car, and he took it. I was driving, before that, I was driving a '77 Nova hatchback. That was quite a trade, let me tell you, going from a Nova, which was not a bad car, but it wasn't exactly as sexy as a '69 Camaro. And then one day I was leaving work late in the evening. Maybe I was on second shift. I don't remember. I was at a stoplight right outside the factory where I worked, at a stoplight, 3 lanes going the same direction, 3 lanes oncoming. The light turned green. I'm at the stoplight. The light turned green. The guy in the lane next to me, as soon as the light turned green, changed into my lane and crushed the entire passenger side of that car. From front bumper to rear bumper. I was devastated. I'm not a body repairman. I think I sold that car for maybe $5,000 with all that body damage on it. Probably should have kept it, probably should have figured it out, but I didn't have money back then. I was a struggling youngster. The guy that bought it, his dad owned a body shop, so he had the perfect setup. I can't remember what I bought after that. I think I bought a Mazda RX-7. I've had a lot of cars. Never had a Trans Am though. Those are badass too. T-top. Get you a classic T-top Trans Am. That RX-7, I crashed it into a light pole. Yeah. That was not a fun night. Might have had a drink or 10. Sold it to a scrapyard. Streamlabs have a shot. Maybe we need to turn Streamlabs language filter off it for the nighttime chats. Tell me, guys, what was your very first car? You want to know what mine was? You want a good laugh? This was 1984. My very first car was a 1972 Pontiac Catalina. Probably like a puke green color. Emerald green, maybe, to be nice. Which was it was a boat. It was a big ass car with a big ass engine. That thing was not pretty, but it would fucking move. I got it cheap. It was clean. It was like brand new. It was owned by a friend of the family, an older lady who passed away. God bless her. She was like my second grandma. I got it cheap, and literally you could get that thing on the interstate and hit the accelerator and watch the fuel gauge drop. '86 Toyota 4x4, 71 Dodge Challenger, 1990 Honda CRX, 4-speed Chevy S10, Toyota Moon Van, nice, 88 Mustang. Mustang has always been on my list. 75 Subaru Brat, Monte Carlo, nice car. 81 Honda Civic. How many new cars do you think you got? How many new cars do you think I've owned out of all the vehicles I've owned? Brand new, less than 50 miles. Ford Tempo, Jeffrey says, 1986. Bought it for $50. Nice. Chevy Impala, nice. 72 Beetle, nice. Chevelle, beautiful. I see 3 people saying 0. Let's see. I can remember 2 for sure that I bought that were new. They were both pickup trucks. When I had all the rental properties, I was driving a Mercedes, and a Mercedes and owning rental properties, when you're doing all the work yourself, that was not congruent. So I went to the dealer and I bought the loss leader pickup truck. You know how they always advertise as low as $8,500, whatever, 12,000, whatever it was. It was the most stripped down pickup truck they had. I was like, I want this serial number right here. Oh, but we have this one with all these other options. No, you don't understand. This is something I'm going to drive once a month. It had no power anything. It had no carpet. It had a bench seat. It was a Ford F-150, green also, ugly as sin, but it was brand new. And it was like $200 a month. It was ridiculously cheap. That was maybe my first new car, just because I'm, you know me by now. I'm not the type of guy to waste money on a new car, but that one, I got a hell of a deal. And then I like the truck so much that I traded in the Mercedes, and it was a I think a E300 or 350. It was an E series used Mercedes. I traded in the new pickup and the Mercedes and got a brand new. I spec'd it out. It was a F350 dually long bed king cab. He's like, "Why? What do you need this truck for?" I was like, "Well, I've got a 31-foot Sea Ray that maybe I want to take to the coast." He's like, "Okay." Never did use it to haul that boat. That was the second new car I can remember buying. I think everything else I've bought a couple Suburbans that were new. So four that I can think of. I'm still on my last new Suburban. It's got 354,000 miles on it, if you can believe that. And it will be replaced by the plan is by probably I'm looking at either, I'm open to the brand, but I'm looking for something along the lines of a king cab F-150 or F-250 loaded. But that car still, I mean, as long as the car is still driving, it looks good. Why am I going to waste money, especially in this environment where new cars are expensive? Not drive it till the wheels fall off. Still looks great. I do my own oil. I do my own brakes. Pay the mechanic for the rest. Gentlemen, if you're not doing your own oil and your own brakes, what are you doing with your life? So easy. Now, I get it. If you're 230 pounds and you've got a Kia, maybe you don't want to do your own oil. I get it. Scarlett's she's got a small car. It's a pain in the ass for me to do her oil. First of all, I've got to drop a plastic tray off the bottom of the engine. And then I gotta really crank the jack up on that thing to lift it up. And if it ever fell off the jack stands, I'd be dead. If my Suburban falls, I might scab my nose, but I'm gonna survive. Rick says $30 for an oil change. Man, if I was paying $100, Rick. I finally said, screw that. I'm gonna do it myself. Jimmy says he did his own brakes on a F-150. Sorry, I didn't realize I still had this chart up. It has electric power steering, and it was messed up for 6 months. How was your power steering messed up from the brakes? Lucy had a Jaguar convertible, very nice, and a 450 SL convertible. We do have Jiffy Lubes, Rick. Those are the ones that would charge me like $100. Oh, well, you know, the specs say we're going to need 6 quarts. Maybe if you could find a coupon, you could get it for 50 or $60, but there's nothing cheap in Austin, Texas. I can tell you that. The least expensive place, and look, if you're looking to save money, Walmart. That's about the cheapest place to get your oil changed. And the other thing I hate about Jiffy Lube is the constant upsell. Oh, well, sir, we pulled your air filter. It's got 2 specks of dirt on it. We recommend that you change it. I can do that myself. Thank you. Would you like a radiator flush? Would you like a transmission flush? It's only $130 extra. No. So now I buy top of the line synthetic and a top of the line oil filter. And I just do it myself, for $30, buying the most expensive oil and filter you can, which you want to do when you got an engine with that many miles on it. And I still change it every 5,000 miles, even though it should be good for 10. I baby it. I can do it for a mere, in 15 minutes, I can do it for a fraction of what Jiffy Lube would charge me. Yeah, always check your plug and always check and make sure they put the oil cap on too. I've had that happen. Go to a Jiffy Lube. I leave when I would leave the bay at Jiffy Lube, I'd pull the car out and pop the hood. Oh, so anything wrong, sir? Anything? I want to make sure you put the oil cap on because I've had bad experience before. How fucking irritating is that? Drive your car 10 miles away and then all of a sudden your check engine light's on because all the oil pumped out the top. Have you guys had that happen? I have. Also, I don't trust these places to put in the premium oil that I'm paying for. Sad to say. If I don't know the mechanic, I don't trust them. Am I drunk, Justin? No. Am I slurring my words? Clark says, Carl J, I used to spray the asphalt with water with the spray hose and light the tires up on the Toyota Supra. I missed something. Headstock Harem says cars and homes are liabilities, not assets. Car is a liability. Home should be an asset. Your home should increase in value over the years. Your car is going to lose value every year. That's why you should buy, ideally, a 1 or 2 year old car. I think Justin was sent here by the hater channels. Tony Denaro, a man well into his 90s, is having a drink in his own house. He's a lush. Make sure and clip this so you can put it on Twitter. Cracks me up. I got some t-shirts coming for these sad fucks. Can you imagine being such a sad sack that you want to criticize another man for having a drink in his own house? Bunch of nutless wonders. Clark says cars are assets. Look, if you're buying a collectible car, that is an asset. Do I see AMC squeezing next year? So, 7, hey, Maggie, what's up? Maggie's checking in. Did you just join us, Maggie, or you been listening in? 7 says, do I see AMC squeezing next year? So, I take it quarter by quarter, 7. Q4 and Q1 promise to be, with Avatar and some of the other holiday movies we have coming up, they promise to be pretty good. I am optimistic, but I don't want to pump you guys up too much. Like I'm trying to be responsible about it. On the inside, I might be super optimistic, but I've still got to be I've got to be responsible to the viewers of my channel, like not over pump you. Whatever happens in Q4 and Q1, all of 2023 is going to be great as far as the movies and the quantity of movies. As far as a squeeze happening, Sufyan, what's up, buddy? Sufyan says vehicles are classified in the assets in the balance sheet, but they depreciate every year, Sufyan, right? When we look at the value of assets, you can see year to year that they decline as they write them off. But as far as whether or not we have a squeeze, look, I've said this 100 times over the 1,000 times over the last 2 years. I'm looking for good market conditions, which we're not in right now. We're in a bear market. I'm looking for good market conditions so the institutional money can come in. I'm looking for a catalyst, whatever it is. A catalyst could be something stupid happen, like a hedge fund go bankrupt, or it could be something as simple as the company has a stellar quarter and a good news PR. Whatever just gets this thing ticking. I'm looking for high short interest and what is the fourth thing? Catalyst. Options chain. Now, I'm not one to pump people buying options, but when all of these other things are happening, people are going to pile into options. This was all the things that lined up for GameStop. When all of those things happen at the same time, you get a massive squeeze. If one of those things is missing, you can get a squeeze, but is it going to be a massive squeeze? I'd like to see all of them happen at once. So that is the dream, right? My hope is that by the time AMC has fantastic news that we're in a JPAL flattening interest rate environment where institutional money feels comfortable coming back into the stock market, where people are not feeling the crush of inflation, and they're seeing some hope in the stock market where they feel, let's put some money in this company. Let's buy this stock. It's cheap. And then the FOMO people come in and start buying options, and that the shorts have been trapped into overly shorting it. Like, would I like to see 100% like GameStop? Yes. Or have we ever gotten close to that? No. But even when we had the squeeze 272, it was not terribly high short interest. It was in the 20s, if I recall. So I think it's very easy to get that type of situation. So those of you that are looking for a MOAS, you're probably going to want short interest like GameStop had back in the day. And we're just not there with AMC. So I'm kind of gauging my expectations based on what the short interest is. And I know people are, but the shorts, you can't believe Vortex. Well, we believed it in GameStop days. Roaring Kitty believed it. It's good enough for me. I don't, I go by data of what I can see. Everything else is a bonus. Maggie says, why buy penny stocks? You need to buy massive quantities to make money. Yeah, Maggie, we're not going to focus on penny stocks, but if that is the only thing that has momentum on any given day, we might play it. I don't want the chat to be full of penny stock suggestions because then we get all these people coming in. That's kind of like why I limit the chat to people that are subscribers, because if I have it open to anybody, we get all these bots coming in, buy blah, 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 and I look at it and it's 2 cents. I don't want my chat to be full of penny stock pumpers. But if there is a penny stock that 20 channels are pushing and it's got momentum that day, well, we might play it that day. Charlie asking, am I in Cosmos? I was in it at 3 a.m. this morning and I got out at 2:55 when market closed here in Texas. I'll look at it again at 3 a.m. in the morning. I'm not saying it's dead. I just saw that it was trading flat and I didn't want to hold it overnight. That's no judgment on Cosmos. That's just it didn't fit my criteria for holding it overnight. Sometimes when I make those decisions, I miss out on aftermarket run-ups. That's a chance I take. That's fine. It only went up 2% after hours today. So wait, no, 0.6%. Broke Ape says, does anybody want a Lucid? The Lucid cars look very nice, Broke Ape. There are some videos that you should go watch on Lucid, and I will eventually cover them. There's some quality control issues on Lucid, and their production quantities are quite small right now. They're focusing on pumping out the most expensive models at the expense of fulfilling all orders. So I can't get behind the company like recommending Lucid, but the cars look nice. Maggie, hopefully you heard my answer on Cosmos. I was in it for the day. I'll look at it again at 3 a.m. And whether you're buying $500 worth of these penny stocks or $50,000 worth, everything is relative. A gain is a gain. Nobody on this channel is going to judge you on the quantity of your buy. I see, Teddy, I bought 60,000 shares of blah, blah, blah. Okay. That's great, but it's a OTC play. And we all know by experience that these things can drop like a rock. I make my investment based on the risk potential. If it's a solid company and I spend 10,000 on it for a day trade, that's no big deal. But an OTC play, yeah, I'm not gonna take that risk. I'll take a smaller position, just have a little fun with it. If I make money, great. If I lose a couple pennies per share, who the fuck cares? I again said this 1,000 times. This is not a channel where you're going to watch me putting my entire portfolio on one OTC play. Not even 10%, maybe 10%. I have easily had $20,000-$30,000 in a play on a day trade, but on legitimate moving companies. DWAC might be an example. Okay, that wasn't legitimate, Tony. It was an IPO, but it was an IPO that was racing. If it's an OTC play, I'm going to be a lot more conservative. If I make a few bucks on it, a few hundred, a few thousand, whatever, that's just a bonus. I'm not going to look. I've been around the block many times on OTC. I'm not trying to get rich on OTC plays. And for all of you that look, I did say on the next one, unfortunately, Lou went away. But on the next one, if I can get in on day one, I'll put a significant amount down. If I can get in on day one, if I can get on a 10-cent play that Lou said is going to $100, yes, do it. But if it ran up to $9 and he's still telling you it's going to $100, fuck no. Come on, man. Ran from 16 cents to $9 and you're still trying to pump it. What the hell? That guy he'd be a hero if he would learn when to tell people to get out. Carl J says APE will catch up to AMC. Let's hope so, Carl J. I've been loading up on APE. So damn cheap. Seems really undervalued, doesn't it? It's going to be diluted, you idiot. It's going to be diluted into infinity. Yeah, but every time APE is diluted, so is AMC. Do you get that? Like, not one person has challenged me on that yet. It's I'm open for debate. Sufyan's still here. You're a CPA, Sufyan. Am I crazy? Like, when we look at the earnings per share, AMC and APE are grouped together. Dilution on APE is dilution on AMC. Unless I'm crazy. Sufyan says, no, you're not crazy. I don't know what the hell these people are thinking buying AMC and saying you're only going to be diluted on APE. You're going to be diluted on all of it, guys. You're not going to avoid anything by buying AMC instead of APE. For that reason and that singular reason, until someone proves me wrong in a debate and arm wrestles me to the ground, I'm buying APE. Because both of them, every time you dilute APE, you're diluting AMC. They're not reported separately on earnings per share. They both have the same voting rights. They're both on the same fucking financials. Prove me wrong. Now, yes, B says, weren't they supposed to run together? That is an indisputable argument, right? The value of APE has been decimated relative to the value of AMC. I cannot argue with that. I also have no rational explanation for it. There's no rational explanation for that. It is, I think, irrationality that is holding APE back. People that don't understand that every time APE is released into the market, you're diluting AMC. People don't fucking understand accounting. People were told by Kevin and Matt, you can avoid dilution by AMC. Bullshit. You're not avoiding anything. Always Learning says, thoughts on selling my AMC to buy APE? That's a good question. Someone asked me that last week in the Discord. Was it you? Man, I hesitate to give an answer to that because then I'd be giving financial advice. If you made that trade, if you sold all your AMC and bought APE for $1 and then they both ran, you could be the fucking genius of the financial world if it worked out. But I have no guarantees for you. I cannot tell you that that's a good play. APE has been, as I said, decimated when you compare it to AMC. I think it's unfair. I think it's not right. It makes no financial sense. I'm not doing it. I'm not selling my AMC to buy APE. I've just been adding APE. Since August, the only thing I've bought is APE. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, voting rights are the same. Dilution, they're the same. It's a $6.50 difference. I don't understand why it's so fucking cheap and why it's so hated on Wall Street. I'm done buying it. Like I said at the beginning of this, I bought some at $1. Unless it drops to 50 cents, I'm not buying anymore. I've been buying it for 3 months. I'm done. I've got well into 5 figures of AMC and APE. And there's, plenty of other stocks that I want and need to buy. Rarefied Tennis, good night. Thank you for tuning in. Justin, we don't talk about number of shares here, but I'm in the 5 digits. But, keep it. People always, they want to come in my comments and laugh. Oh, you're a bag holder. I made a fuck ton of money on options when AMC ran to 70. So trust me, I'm doing just fine. All of my AMC that I have right now is free. Should I, in retrospect, have sold some of those shares at 70? Absolutely. None of us could look back and say we shouldn't have sold at 70 or 50 or 40. It's at $7, seven and change. But I don't sweat it because I'm okay on my play. I know not everybody's in that same boat. I get it. I empathize. But I am also holding those shares because I believe in the future potential of this company. And I would not still be buying if I didn't believe that. Always Learning says, what sucks is it feels like Adam Aaron took half our value of AMC and then ran half of it down to nothing. I get you. I'm right there with you. Half my value got run down too. And it irritates the fuck out of me that he's not saying something like, Adam, if you're watching or one of your kids is watching, get this message to Adam. You need to explain why AMC and APE are the same thing. Like, why am I the only person that is explaining that dilution is not avoided by buying AMC? Why is this the only channel that tells you that? Maybe Bigham's also says it. Why is that not the message? It's like basic accounting. Why is every other major influencer telling you that AMC's the way, APE is shit? Bullshit. Debate me on it. Charlie, I like SoFi. Ticker SOFI. Yeah, they have some issues with the student loan thing, but long term, I like SoFi. Gus says, I regret selling at 70. Thanks, Matt Kors, for constantly reminding us that the shorts didn't cover yet. It's so comedic, right, Gus? That he put on that whole charade all this time, and then now he's attacking people for holding AMC and APE. It's a little bit douchey. Sorry, Matt. JF says, can APE go to 50 cents? It might, JF. I'm not calling a bottom on APE. I'm done buying it. I've been buying since August on APE. My last buy was a good till canceled that I had at $1. It crossed through that. It automatically executed. My next buy would be at 50 cents. I'm done buying. I'm not going to buy at 90. I'm not going to buy at 80. I'm not going to buy at 70. God forbid it hit 50 cents, but if it does, I will buy some there. I think, we'll be in the Avatar good news cycle before we got to worry about 50 cents. Just my guess. Could be wrong. Gus says, how much should Matt, Trey, and Kevin get paid to convince? I don't know about Kevin. I called Kevin out in a video and he blocked me. That guy's got thin skin. I mean, I wasn't even rude to him. I didn't call him names. I didn't insult him. I didn't personally attack him. I just did a due diligence explaining why you're not going to avoid dilution, and he blocked me. But I don't think that Matt and Trey were paid off. I've never heard of anybody getting paid to talk bad. But I mean, yeah, anything's possible. Jeffrey says, I think it's because they think in their mind APE will get delisted. Yeah, I don't have an answer to that, Jeffrey. I am going to look into that. That is a burning question now that we're under $1, right? What are the rules for delisting? Some people say we can't get delisted because it's a preferred share. I don't know. I don't know. I've spent a few minutes looking into it. I haven't come up with a firm answer. So, but I'm going to write to the CFO and ask him if he knows. Cash says, just for thought, many say they will reinvest in AMC after the squeeze. I will. And I mean that sincerely. Like, as you guys know, I'm going to take it down. I'm a F list actor. I took a couple of these people crack me up. If you took guitar lessons when you were 45, does that make you a paid guitar player? I took a couple of acting lessons in my, adult education, expand your boundaries, learn something new. I like movies. took a couple acting lessons 15, 20 years ago, did some extra stuff and some free gigs. I like movies. I like the industry. I like Oscar rated films. I like storytelling. I like cinematography. I love all of that stuff. I don't want to see big screen movie theaters go away. That's why I'm in this play. It's almost like if you called someone that was a gamer a paid shill for supporting GameStop. People want to hate on me because I took some adult vocational classes that I, 20 years ago. I like movies. Hate me for it, whatever. I will always support this company. If it runs up and I make a bunch of money, I'll buy it back at the bottom, of course. And I think a lot of people will. If you like big screen movies, I cannot imagine watching Top Gun Maverick on my big screen TV at home. Unless I had a home theater, like a room built with seats and massive surround sound and a popcorn machine. Just something for me that can't replace going to the movies. And I hope some of y'all feel the same way, that no matter what, that you'll, even after the next squeeze, that you'll come back and support this company. I will, for sure. For some of us back in the day, the movie theater was always, it was either a movie theater or a concert. That was the first date night. Some of you, the drive-in theater was the first movie night, first date night. How many of y'all, anybody been to a drive-in theater? I remember going in the station wagon with my parents, falling asleep in the back as a kid, going to drive-in theaters. Clark says, Matt got his success from riding on the backs of retail. Then he turned on us like a venomous snake. Yeah, I hate to talk bad about anybody. Matt, I think he knows his shit, and he just abandoned this play, like his belief in the movie industry in this company. He's just looking at it purely from a fundamentals. And on the one hand, as a logical fundamental investor, I can't fault him for that, but it is irritating to me, very irritating, that he built his channel off of this stock and now he's shitting on it. I can't get past that. You should just say nothing. You should just say nothing. Galaxy Drive-In in Ennis, Texas, death stat. Where is Ennis, Texas? There's one drive-in between, if I drive from here to Houston, there's one broken down, dilapidated drive-in. And when we were, where were we going? Oh, we were going to the beach, Surfside Beach, for Scarlett's birthday. She's like, "What is that?" I was like, "That's a drive-in theater, honey." What is that? Oh, Lord. This is the woman that calls 80s oldies music. It's a broken down one screen drive-in theater that's been abandoned as long as I can remember. For the last, I moved here in 85. Since at least the 90s, it's just been abandoned, and it just gets worse every year that goes along. Where is Ennis, Texas? DevStat. I know the name, but I can't in my mind, Texas in my mind is as big as the United States. I can't remember where Ennis is. King Kong in the 70s at the local drive-in. Was that the original King Kong? Was that the 70s? It must have been the late 70s because I remember seeing that movie. The first movies that I remember in my mind were, of course, Star Wars, King Kong, and a very D-list horror movie called Slithis. Anybody seen Slithis? I rented it like 15 years later and watched it on VHS. I was like, God, what a horrible movie. But as a kid, that movie scared the shit out of me. It was like some monster that comes out of the swamp. First time I ever saw nudity on the screen. It was like a rip her shirt off. Right below balls. All right, now I'm gonna need to look up where Ennis, Texas is. You're driving me nuts here. All right, so it's between where I live and Texarkana, it looks like. Utard says, are we done with AMC? I mean, hey, you do what you want, Utard. I'm not done with it. I mean, I don't know if you've checked in on the movie schedule for 2023 or the trajectory of this company for the last 4 or 5 quarters. I think it's far from done. The people that were hoping for a MOAS yesterday, last week, last month, last year, well, those expectations need to be. You need to have a little patience in this play now. If you haven't been paying attention, we're in a bear market, but we're in a company that is growing every quarter. I feel like I'm in a company that is making the best of a bad situation. Is the price beat down because of a bear market? Absolutely. As are many. Have you checked Facebook, Meta? Have you checked Tesla? Have you checked Amazon? I mean, I could go on and on. The list of blue chip companies that are down 30, 40, 50, 60, 70% goes on and on. I'm not worried about it because we're in a bear market and the trajectory of the company is going the direction I want. Now, look, if it changes, if the trajectory flattens out or turns negative, we'll address that at that time. But we're not in that situation. Randall Cornett, what's up, buddy? Creep Show 2, The Blob. Oh, yeah, I remember the original Blob. What was that other movie? Was it called It? The original It? I do remember the original Blob. I bet I saw that in the drive-thru. Need to see Phoebe Cates in 3D. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. What a fucking classic. I could literally every time that movie is on TV, if you're changing channels, that's another one that you just got to stop and watch. There's zero bad moments in that entire movie. But yes, the Phoebe Cates pool scene is a classic. Every fucking song in that movie, the soundtrack, that just like, it takes me back. I'm looking at some images of Ennis, Texas. It looks like every small town Texas. The town square with all the brick buildings around it. People love to film old Western movies in the small towns in Texas because they're just classic. You got the square, you got these old brick and limestone buildings. You go 10, 15, 30 miles out of Austin, these towns like this are all over the place. We have the Watermelon Festival. Oh man, there's so many good little towns like this. I'm looking at the pictures now. Classic. That is true America right there. True Texas. Oh yeah, The Thing. Thank you. I said it, but yes, The Thing. The classic The Thing. Even the new Thing was good. There's not many remakes of any movie that I like, but the new Thing, the original was a classic, the new one was well done. I fucking hate remakes. Like, Hollywood, come up with some new ideas. But if they can up the production quality due to, like King Kong, where you can make it more realistic, I'm okay with that. But when you do like a new Ghostbusters, or what else? What else have they redone that's been horrible? Jeffrey says, speaking of Austin, I did 85 to 90% of all the ornamental and glass railing at the new library there. Yeah, Jeffrey, we have a beautiful library in downtown Austin. I took my youngest son and Scarlett. We were just like doing a day walking around downtown Austin, grabbing some lunch, grabbing a few drinks. Not my son, obviously, and I said, let's go check out the library. And they were like, why? A library, Dad? Really? My son. But our downtown library is lakefront or riverfront, depending on what you want to call it. Prime property, beautiful property. Jeffrey, if you worked on that, that is a beautiful building. Multi-levels with floating staircases and all sorts of balconies overlooking the water, nooks and crannies to hang out. I don't even want to know how many hundreds of millions of dollars they spent on that library. But as far as libraries go, fantastic property. Just not convenient to get to because in downtown Austin, there's no fucking where to park. So who's going to that library? Who is using that library? The homeless? The people that are in $1 million condos next door? I mean, that's to buy a condo in downtown Austin, you're looking at $500,000 minimum. Are those people going to go to a public library? Like, what was the point, really? Bragging rights? I don't know. They're remaking Roadhouse? No, do not tell me that, CB. One of my favorite all-time movies. Patrick Swayze. Will be nice until it's time to not be nice. And he's sitting there like, God, what a damn good movie. In his cars, he's got the beater, and then I forget what his car he had under the sheet. I'm sure one of y'all remember. It's been a while since I watched that movie, but I fucking love that movie. Don't ruin it with a new Roadhouse. First time Jimmy says Kojak. Do you guys remember, if you're old enough, that there were 2 Kojaks? Does anybody remember the 2 Kojak shows? There was the Telly Savalas Kojak, and then there was like a sci-fi Kojak. Remaking Roadhouse would be like remaking Fast Times at Ridgemont High. It's just like some things you shouldn't do. Gary Gensler. No. The other Kojak was like, it was like a X-Files. Ellie, what's up? Ellie says they're trying their best to short AMC and APE and hope we capitulate. No doubt. No doubt. You guys know I don't push a lot of conspiracy theory shit, but for sure, all of the meme stocks, all of the retail momentum plays, absolutely, they're trying to break your conviction, just like they're trying to do in crypto and many other plays. This is the textbook capitulation accumulation type cycle. Like, they want to push retail out of it, get it as cheap as possible. They're going to accumulate it. Once they force you out and get it as cheap as possible, they're going to buy the shit out of it and they're going to write it up. I have zero doubt about that. On not just AMC, APE, GameStop, many, many stocks. Seen it 1,000 times. Andrew's asking if anybody likes Wednesday on Netflix. Scarlett was trying to watch it. Andrew, I was working on my iPad. I could not get into Wednesday, but I did read an article on the actress that I don't know her name, but she said to get into character, she wanted to do something different on Wednesday. And I don't know if you noticed this, but she makes a point of never blinking. She's like, I wanted the character to have something distinctive. And so I tried to never blink as Wednesday. Was it called The Night Stalker? The other Kojak movie? I'm going to look it up here real quick. I mean, I was young back then, so some memories are hazy at this point, but I always remember being confused. Why are there 2 Kojaks? That was a movie. This says his name was Kolchak. Maybe I'm just so Maybe it's been so many years I got it confused. I think I remember it being a TV series, though. This says it was a... Oh yeah, it was a TV series, 1974 to 75. I was a wee lad in those days. All right, I'm gonna need to YouTube that and look it up. Thank you for telling me the name. I'll have to see if that dredges up some memories. Kolchak. WV, maybe, I don't know what I was referring to. Maybe we're talking about Kolchak. I see we got some Scarface, Al Pacino fans in the house. Much respect. Love me some good Al Pacino movies. Cursing is encouraged, although the bot might block you. Sometimes you, depending on the word, CB, you might have to put some spaces in between it. That's not me. I mean, I don't give a fuck if you curse, but Streamlabs. Ooh, all right. It's getting late. It's 1 o'clock. I got to be up at 3 to check on Cosmos. That's like in 2 hours. And I have a live stream scheduled for 8:30. I should probably, common sense would say that I should probably go ahead and call it a night. Jeffrey says Lou just busted out a video. I thought Lou was like retired till his hospital treatment was over or something. He's got to come back and rub your nose in it a few more times, I guess. Maggie, good night to you in Maine. Get some sleep, Maggie. Hope to come up there and have lobster with you one of these days soon. Not in the winter, though, Maggie. Andrew says they should make another Kojak with Hester Pierce playing lead. I don't want to see Hester Pierce in anything except behind bars. I'd like to see her in an orange jumpsuit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I could keep on going for hours, but if I do, I for sure won't make it up at 3 a.m. and even 8:30 a.m. might be in question. At the rate this is going, I'm probably not even going to go to sleep before 3 a.m. I'll probably wake up. I mean, I'll probably stay awake and watch what happens in pre-market. Let's just do a quick check and see what time is it? It's 7 a.m. in Europe right now. Markets aren't open, but let's see real quick what the Asian markets are doing and what the futures are looking like. more or less even for the US. Unchanged in Europe, and Asia is Shanghai's red, Nikkei's green. Stock futures are up slightly as fears mount over upcoming interest rate hikes. So this is going to be what people are worried about for the next week. Don't get too don't get too over the barrel worrying about what happens between now and the next Wednesday. People are going to be in a bit of paralysis, waiting to see what Jerry P has to say. So I'm not going to be worried about it. Look, if we have opportunities to trade, we'll take it. If the market is trading sideways or red, hey, it is what it is. People are worried about what's going to happen next week. There's not going to be a lot of probably strong position taking in the market in general until they see what interest rates are going to do next week. So don't sweat it. Cool, calm, collected, emotionless, cold-blooded trading. Ellie, let me ask you. I don't know if you know. Maybe I can just check real quick. Can you still buy Raya? I'm assuming that's one you can buy on the Webull, right? IPO Center. Let me check real quick. I know it was slated for last Friday and it got pushed. I don't see it in the offering. I don't see it in the offering list here on Webull. Where are y'all buying Raya at? Oh, here it is. Oh, yeah, you can still order it. All right, I'm in for Raya. Fuck it. Let's see what happens. Expected effective date is 12/8. All right, I'm in with you guys. We'll see. I haven't done an IPO in a while. Get some sleep, guys. Tomorrow's a new day. I'll be live when the market opens. If it's a shit day, I'm not going to stream all day. Again, make productive use of your time. If the market is shit, go do something that enriches your life. Spend some time with your family, get some other work done, read a book, learn about options trading. Anything other than just watching red all day. That's not productive for your emotional or mental health. Be good to one another. Remember, everybody's emotionally struggling right now. You're seeing a lot of divisiveness and hate and drama out there. Let's remember, no matter what play you're in, we all have the same end goal: to make money. And as long as we're all pulling in the same direction, like I said a week ago, doesn't matter if you're in a different lane from somebody. We might have different paths to get to the end goal, but as long as somebody has the same end goal as you, we can disagree about how we get there and still be friends. And if you can't, then you're probably dropped on your head as a child. I love you guys. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for doing some shots. Maybe tomorrow we'll have a play. We can do a celebratory shot over, but no promises. Love you guys. Peace out. We'll see you tomorrow.